SD test. Oh, okay. Now what? Anything? Let's try putting the microphone directly here. Test. Okay, okay. Now it's reading. Okay, I don't know if any of what I just said came through because I just noticed that my microphone was not making any kind of indication that anything was happening in the audio mixer on OBS, and I was like, what the heck? So what I said or was trying to say is that I managed to misclick the start timer today, so that kind of like broke the intro. And apparently I broke it in more wins than one, but you know, it is what it is. Anyways, so today we'll be working on MonsterStone, which this is the 7th development stream, and I did see you there, Explore. Thanks for the follow. You are also up in the top here, so I don't forget. But yeah, before we start, real quick, I've been out of town for the weekend, so there was no gameplay stream this weekend, unfortunately, Friday and Saturday, which I usually try and hit. But I got home Sunday, and as a result, you know, I take Sundays and Mondays off. So if I didn't do that, I just would have an entire week without a single day off, and I was not quite willing to do that, because as much as family events go and parties go, like, they're really great to get to talk to your siblings and, you know, your parents and grandparents and all that and other family members. But for me, as an introverted person, it is very exhausting on a couple of different aspects and for a couple different reasons. So of course there's the social aspect, which is a little bit exhausting. Also, you know, me having a different day-to-day rhythm than most people, being that I get up at, you know, 10 a.m. instead of around 7, 8, and I go to bed at 2, and then suddenly having to switch is also not exactly always the best. Not too bad this time around, because the party was in the after in the evening, so it wasn't really that which caused any problems. But there's the other thing, when I'm at my mom's place, because I don't know for sure because I've never got it tested, but over the last couple of years, every time I visit my mom, my entire face just like, how to say, like, it's basically like an allergic reaction to something. And the only thing I can think of in my mom's house that would be it's probably that thing, would be my old cat named Draco, because he lives at my mom's place, and as a result I, you know, only see him whenever I visit my mom. And when I was living back home at my mom's place many years ago, it wasn't a problem for me to be around my cat. Like, as far as I know, I never had any allergic reactions back then. But then a few years after I moved away from home, then every time I would visit my mom, my entire face would just like swell up. Well, not, you know, not as significant as it sounds, like it's not noticeable, but I could feel it on the inside, you know. And I would just get like sneeze craziest bat bonk. What do you mean? That wasn't supposed to be an innuendo, Loki. Swell up as in, like, you know, whenever you have an allergic reaction and it gets red and you can't breathe. Or was that just your welcome message for today? How you doing? Good to see you. I don't think, have you been, you've been around like a development stream before, right? I'm just like waking up, so doing a little bit of a talksies because I've been away for the weekend. Hope you're doing well and you had a nice weekend yourself. But yeah, to cap that off, I guess my weekend was nice. I got to see my grandma. She turned 95, and I also had the opportunity to talk with a bunch of my siblings, which I don't really want to get into it, but one of my sisters had been in an accident, and it was just really nice to get to see her. So avoiding work, eating lunch, grabbing coffee. Oh, great. Well, so you can just put my stream on in a moment then, and then pretend you're working. Assuming I don't know if you're using Unity, but you know. Anyways, maybe I should also get started on the day. I mean, I'm a little bit early than when I usually. Let me just get this open here. I'm a little bit earlier than usual, but you know, that just means I hopefully can get more stuff done. You're at home, no pretending happening. No, okay, so you are just being lazy, period. Or waking up, period. I don't know when you get up. If you've got flex hours or whatever. Speaking of my project, I need to figure out what the next thing I should work on is, because last weekend, that was Thursday, I think I've pretty much wrapped up most of the sounds I want to add for the time being. But I've been doing work since 8. Oh, so you're saying that I'm the lazy one now? Nah, probably not. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, let me just make sure that's not super loud. There we go. About 50% volume for while I'm testing sounds seems to be fine. Of course, once I actually get sounds implemented correctly, it's not gonna be a big deal. Alternatively, I actually was thinking that I could just reduce the sound volume output of the game itself by 50%, but that's probably not a good idea when I'm, you know, intending on this to be finalized for a game. It has to be like on a like no mistakes kind of level. Anyways. So yeah, Loki, my game has sound. Isn't being mixed completely to the point yet, but it does have sound. And I'm using Wise for this. I think you already knew about this, right? Wait, that doesn't make any sound. Why does that button not make any sound when I click it? Damn it. I thought everything was supposed to be working. Okay, let's see what's going on there. Give me that button, thank you. It's got the event, the click event. So what gives? Okay, I need a little bit more space, so I'll have to put this on the second monitor, I think. Place like this for now. So it does the hover over sound. Then when I press it, it doesn't ever do the click sound. The other buttons are doing their thing. So what gives? Oh yeah, that button doesn't do the sound either. In reference to audio lost? No. That would be a no. Muted component? Muted component? No, that's not a thing. I'm using Wise. So the way Wise works is that you post a Wise event and then Wise does all the sound stuff. Error 40? Probably an error 40 somewhere. It's because probably because I went back and forth on trying to get all this code to work in a certain way. I'm trying to remember where the sound event is actually played though, because that's a completely different story. give me some space here. So, I mean, these are the references over on the right. Enable, disable. But yeah, it could be because it's not playing the sound before the game object is being disabled. So, how did that work again? Okay, so it's down here. We press a button. Then we play the button click sound if enable button highlight sound event is true. So is it true? Does it enter this? It does. And how does that event work again? Because it's in here. So we post the event when we get that custom event that triggers it. That's really all it needs to do. But my guess is it gets disabled before it gets the chance to play it, but I can't. Oh, damn it. This is a problem when you work on something and you think everything is working as intended, you leave it for the weekend and you have to return to it. So I do have a wait while here that's supposed to take care of that. Right? Let's just rehook that because it's clearly not it. So where do we enable the game object? Disable it, I mean. Because this is just the loop. Oh, right. That's a separate thing, isn't it? No, it's not. It's in here. Okay. Got it. I think there's an easy fix for that. Trying to remember how this works again, because if I recall, there was a reason why we toggle the game objects first. But we should at least reverse these two. So that we post the play sound event before we disable potential game objects. Because obviously, otherwise, we might disable the game object itself from where this is being played. Right. And if it's a problem that we do the last part before we toggle the game objects, then that shouldn't be a problem either, because this is literally just a sound event. So yeah, the game object was just being disabled before we even got a chance to post the sound event. So that should be working. Because it wasn't just this close button, it was also the actual one that opens it. Okay, so the main menu button doesn't work either. Okay. Why is that? This could be some references that are missing. Got the button here. So it does have an enabled game objects list. Alright. So why do you not work? Ah, yeah. That one's a bit more straightforward. That's just because I forgot to... It's one of those cases where I forgot to drag in the button to replace the object I copied it from. Okay, so now the main menu button should at least work. Need to make sure that it works both ways. Since right now there's no key input to open the main menu, it's all UI based. So obviously if you can't get back to the main menu, it might be a bit of a problem. Why is that visible right now? Oh, that's not good. Why is that actually visible right now? I don't think it's supposed to be visible when you start the game. Because then I can press return. Because pressing that button in the corner enables some UI elements in the main menu. Alright. So this should start as being disabled. Not sure, why is this on top of the main menu again? Because the main menu is right there, so in theory, if I drag that one layer up, it doesn't matter if it's enabled or disabled. Because then there'll be an overlay on top. Because I do want to have the option to have as many UI elements enabled by default as possible. So that whenever I'm testing things, I don't have to go back and forth on that at least. But yeah, this is better. Oh, I think I know why. No, wait, that doesn't make any sense. I was thinking that maybe the reason why I had it in on top was so that when you were in the main menu after starting a new game, you could press it to return, but I mean, I've got the return the game button, so... Which also seems to work. Hey Toto, good to see ya. Hope you had a nice weekend. Sorry for blasting you with messages. Well, not really blasting you, but sending you stuff. I was a little bit, just a little bit bored at my mom's place at some point. I was like, God damn, nothing is happening. Wonder what everyone's up to. And it's like, hope you're doing well. I also have to somehow make it through this week without peak. Oh my god, that rhymes. But I somehow have to manage to do that without getting bored to death. I don't know. I was actually thinking about maybe switching it out tomorrow to do a compensation stream where we do some gameplay, but I don't know yet if that's what I want to do. Because I started playing a new game yesterday, which actually, Loki, are you into Minecraft? Because I know you're into Factorio, but I was just wondering. Oh shoot, what was the game even called? Vintage Story, that's what it was called. Thought I would share this with you guys. So from what I could tell, this came out in early access in 2020, and it's taken me 2 years to even hear about this. Let me just do it like this, just so that it, for good measure's sake. So Vintage Story, huh? It's at first I think I saw video recommends, like they started popping up a week or two ago. Let's actually just watch this, I suppose. Let's mute the audio a little bit. Because it's just background music. But it's like at first I was thinking, okay, this looks like a mod pack for Minecraft, right? But then I was like looking at this trailer, and I was like, but these characters, they look way too like high poly for Minecraft. And I was thinking, okay, maybe the person was playing was just using like a high resolution texture pack, but no, this is like its own game. It doesn't even run on Java. In fact, it's on a custom game engine from what I could read into, by a very small development team. I don't know how many people they are. It sounds like they are multiple ones, led by like one person by the sounds of it. But it's like I've played mods for Minecraft in the past that does similar things to what this game does. And the reason why I wanted to mention this, especially for you, Toto, is that you always wanted a very hardcore Minecraft mod pack, correct? You were looking into RLcraft, but, you know, it didn't really do the mid to end game stuff as well. So what this is a Minecraft-esque game heavily focused around hardcore survival and a bit of magic as well. Minecraft got too big for you? Really? Oh, then this is probably not something... I don't know if this is something for you then. This is like gone under my radar at least. But it's like it seems, and I wonder if the people working on this have been working on Minecraft mods for a while. Because some things that are very familiar to me is like, oh, okay, we've got like napping of stone and flint tools, which I think is something you do in Terra Firma Craft. You have the chisel and stuff that you can do in some of the recent mods where you can like completely customize your blocks and such. But you've also got like really hardcore survival aspects to it. You don't just go over and knock a piece of wood out with your fists. You do actually need to get tools in this. And I played it for a couple hours yesterday, and I was... Yeah, the Terraform... Okay, so they even say it's themselves. Okay, that makes sense. But yeah, it plays a bit similar to Minecraft, but you can tell that it's also very different. Farming, for instance, is very, very different. Like, everything just takes longer to do, really. You don't just grow crops and then within like a day's time they're fully sprouted and ready to be harvested. As a matter of fact, it takes several in-game days for that to happen, really. And I would consider checking it out if you're into like hardcore Minecraft-esque games. It does have multiplayer, I should mention that, if I remember correctly, dedicated servers too. But as you might see here, it's only available on the Humble Store and itch.io for the time being. They say that they didn't agree with the 30% cut that Steam takes at the moment. So right now, those are the places you can get it. I think it was about $25, a little bit less than that. So not too bad for what they offer. And they do like running updates similar to Minecraft, though. They say they don't. And the page for some reason breaks on occasion whenever I revisit it. But yeah, I would check it out if you're into like a challenge. It definitely leans up to the survival aspect very heavily. It's very difficult to survive, and I've played for a few hours, and my house consists out of packed dirt and a thatched roof, basically. A challenge. Yes. Why does that text appear green in my Oh, it's probably because it's in quotes. I don't know. What? Why is that in green? Never seen that before. Eh. Curious. Ah, it's a /u comment. Ah, that's why. This takes a screen. Got it. But yeah, I've really enjoyed it so far. And I mean, I don't even have metal tools. I've been using stone tools for the longest. I don't even have a pickaxe yet. Like, I can't even break stone even if I wanted to, because you need to get into like that stage as well. it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. It is very challenging though. The whole progression of the game is very different to Minecraft, so you basically gotta forget everything and relearn from scratch. A wolf can kill you in 2 hits, by the way, if you're not wearing any armor. So, and that was my first greeting into the game. It's pretty interesting. And how to say this? Like, there are magical aspects, like eldritch aspects to the game as well. So, you know, there's that too. Tried Tribes of Midgard on PS4 the other day. Do not recommend it. Okay. Tribes of Midgard. I don't think I recall hearing about that. What is it? Now you're just making me watch another trailer. Okay, so it's an ARPG?
Come our newest biome, and it's yours to conquer. As you can see, boats have arrived in Midgard. They will be your new mode of transport. It's a very freeing feeling being able to embrace the water this way, but take caution. The ocean is scattered with rocky reefs, some of which may be guarded. You'll also meet some new enemies during your travels, and I advise you keep an eye out for shape-shifting.
Is it open world or is it session-based? I assume it's session-based.
Now, these water spirits.
It's a roguelike home defense game with elements of survival and crafting, but every game you start over. So it's like League of Legends. Session-based.
Presents a brand new multi-step saga quest.
Defense game with elements of survival and crafting, I guess.
And you can build 3 different types. Once that's up and running, you'll find new types of camps located on islands.
Yeah, I can get that. So it's like they implemented too many game features, but they are not really integrated into the core loop as well. So they don't, you know, it's like a tacked on thing. It's not there's no synergy between some of the things. Is that what you mean?
You can still take them on. And if you're looking for a challenge, why not take down both? We've added 5 new runes, one which will cause explosions when you're collecting resources, and another which summons.
Because I don't know. I mean, I don't.
We've also added in 6 new
there's one game, that Icarus game that came out into early access recently, that does the session-based survival aspect, but that's like, you know, anywhere from a few hours to literal weeks that you can set it up. Where if this is like a session-based thing, I hear immediately, okay, max 30 minutes. Otherwise, you can't do a session-based. Whoa. Crafting for advancing, so you have to pick up mats, but then there aren't enough mats. So every game you start out naked and have to reboot the basics, but have to spend maybe 10 to 15 minutes just getting started in the game every time. Okay. I mean, that's like the first initial leveling stages of League of Legends, right? Or similar to that. But I hear you, I hear you. Okay. The rewards feel pointless. See, that's what I heard about Icarus as well. That the rewards, like the drive for doing these session-based survival things, was not exactly the there, to put it in that way. I'm looking at the anchor for this top bar here, so I'm wondering if I should do like this. Oh shoot, that was the wrong thing. Crap. Ah, I see the problem. Not exactly a problem, but I'm like, because I'm like looking at this top bar UI and it's anchored to the left, right? So I didn't want to see if I can do something. I can do something about it, but I'm wondering if I should. Because of course, you know, want it to be scalable. Running around searching for it most of the time is really poorly made. Oh, it wrote more. Oh my god. Careful with writing the long messages because I don't like they get lost. What do you say? League of Legends, you're functional to begin with. Rise of Midgard, you're literally naked and will die in fights if you don't get base mats quick, but there aren't enough base mats. A problem in my hierarchy? What do you mean? Where? I'm probably gonna be like, if I add these to an empty game, maybe I can set the anchor point for that one, then it should take care of that. If I remember correctly, the reference resolution for my UI is 1920 by 1080p. So, trying to think what's the best way to do this, because if I add it now, of course, it's gonna, depending on the screen width, kind of mess up the positioning of those objects. Okay. But I'm not changing the entire game project now to fit those best practices. I'm way too far along to change something massively if it takes too long. I just don't have the time to do it, otherwise the game never gets finished. So that may be, but you know, can't exactly change it just because Unity figured out that, oh, best practices or whatnot. That was the wrong one. This needs to be 0. Yeah, exactly. But I mean, all this UI is always on screen, and especially the one on the left. So I mean, what you're saying is that the UI that updates regularly, you want to put that in a separate canvas, right? Whereas all the UI that never changes, you want to put that in its own as well, so that it doesn't redraw the whole thing. But I don't know if that even makes sense, because then I need to put every single button into its own UI, because all the UI elements more or less can be updated. But you say I should split it up so it doesn't redraw the whole thing, I guess. I don't know. I mean, the most intensive is going to be this UI element on the left. See, but that's just so counterintuitive, because I assumed that each object would be redrawn on an individual basis. But having multiple canvases would make it so that, due to transparency, if you have two canvases on top of each other, it needs to re-render everything twice because they're on top of each other, and transparency needs to be upheld. Okay. Yeah, so far there's not been any noticeable slowdown whenever the UI updates, so I don't think it's any worry. It's a problem in RimWorld, but that game has a ton more UI than this does. Yeah. I think that's something I could look at in the very, very future in maybe like a year or so, depending on how it goes. Right now, that's not on the menu. This is not the optimization phase. I'll do whatever I can while I'm making things, but I have like a relatively strict deadline that says in 5 months I need to be self-sufficient. So this game needs to come out before 5 months from now. And there's still a lot of features that need to be in the game. Well, anyways, thanks for the heads up though. But yeah, that's not really it's really not the focus at the moment though. Trying to think what I want to do to these. These are just temporary buttons anyway. Yes. Clean up the position a little bit, but I mean, eh. It does scale with the top of the screen now, right? No. Oh, shoot. Ha. Of course. Because I didn't set this one's anchor to be in the middle. I'm a dum-dum. And that's not how you do that, Dragon. How is it you do that again? Top center is your anchor point. Oh, right. I need to set this to 0.5, don't I? Yes, that's what it was. There we go. Now it should stay in the middle of the screen. That seems to be the case. Now it does overlap with the UI on the left, but I mean, you would never play it with this aspect ratio anyway, so even if it were to ever be ported on a phone. No, I just had the pivots set incorrectly, so zeroing the X position did not put it in the middle. That's basically all it was. And then for these buttons, 0 would be in the middle. Right? No, it wouldn't. But these need to be off to the side, so I think it's fine to have it like that. What's the size of this? 707.4. Okay. Not really like it matters all that much. It just needs to be somewhere out there. Rearranging sounds fine. 1-to-1 ratio? What exactly do you mean? Oh, you mean like something like this? I know what you mean, like the aspect ratio, right? Yeah, that won't work. Who the fuck plays with a perfect square for an aspect ratio? Do those screens even exist? I don't think so. Yeah, but why would you do that? Why would you go through that? No one has a 1:1 aspect ratio monitor to play video games on ever. When the view scales, the UI fits itself. I don't know why you would go through that process though, if there's no reason to. I mean, from my perspective, it sounds like a better idea to just go through work on it from like a what do you call it? At very most, go down to like a letterbox format maybe, but never a square. That doesn't seem quite reasonable. Because even if you're playing on like a tablet or whatever, you can just force your game to always be in sideways mode, and then, you know, you're the game designer. That's rather how I would solve that problem. I mean, you do, right? Or why would you want to make it like so? Because if I turn this UI and change the aspect ratio to be wider than it's tall, then you won't, even if I were to fit all the UI in here by scaling the size of it down and stuff, you wouldn't be able to see what's going on in the game then. So why would you do it that way? Doesn't make any sense. Nah, just force the game to be in what's it called? Landscape mode, right? That is honestly just the best practice in my opinion. Alright, but you might not have this, I don't know, you had an editor, so I'm surprised you went with that. I mean, it worked well for you, but does the end user care about it? Is the point that I'm making. With little mobile gaming I have done, all the popular ones at least, they all are forcing you to play in portrait mode. Landscape mode, sorry. Seems to be fine now. Again, these yellow buttons are temporary, so that they're off to the side is not an issue. Just this active level name that was important. Only because I noticed it too. It wasn't moving, everything else is fine, I think. But wait, how does that... So, splitting it up into multiple canvases is going to be a fucking mess though. How does that work with anchors and shit? Do you have nested canvases then? And then you anchor the canvases, but you can't do that, right? You can't put a canvas in a canvas, can you? Because the whole UI's anchoring system is built up in a way where, especially if you make like modular UI that auto fills out, it all needs to be in like its own thing, right? What do you mean canvas scaler? What do I need to look at? Right, but what if you need to, like, when you scale the aspect ratio, right, and you need another UI object to scale and move according to a separate UI object, right? But you want them to render separately. How do you tell it to do that without having two like canvases move independently from each other? Can you do that? I'm just like thinking if that's going to be a problem. I don't know if it is. I don't know. Sounds like a hassle. Or I feel like I've got way too many, or not way too many, but I've already got a lot of hierarchies in here to begin with. Well, that's Future Dragon's problem, as I say. Or I like to say, at least. So Loki, had you ever used Wise before? Oh yeah, we did implement another town for the rocks. I tweaked it a little. Right now it just plays a dust plume sound effect, which you guys probably can't hear all that well, but it is there. But I'm wondering if I should do like a resources get broken sound effect too, so like an extra impact sound. It's a bit more extra than the regular ones. But I don't know if that's too many sounds. Yeah, probably. The problem is this game project is like 5 years old. In theory, at least. Well, the UI is more like 3 years old. Though also the Unity project, as you might be able to tell, is also currently using 2019 version of Unity. I tried updating it, but there seems to be some things that just break, so, and I just cannot what do you call it? Like, I just can't take it right now. Yeah, well, see, the thing is though, for the auto harvesters, that won't really like do a thing. That's good. Aesthetics are important. Still, you know, don't rest on your laurels, right? And that's also a message to myself. Don't rest on your laurels. Oh yeah, right. I need to fix this fucking DOF thing. Because apparently the depth of field post effect scales with screen resolution. So since back in the day, I'm using a 2K monitor, it's pretty severe when I'm zoomed out. And I don't quite like that blurriness. No, I made them. The only things I had, well, the assets. Okay, so the only assets I haven't made are all the icons. But all the other UI elements, like I need to get rid of the scroll thing, but all these buttons and frames and all that stuff, that's homemade. And of course, all the textures for the game and the assets, that's also handmade. I have a very particular pipeline for implementing assets as well. A very strict way of doing things. Precise measurements and all that. So buying assets off the asset store wouldn't really work for me. Oh yeah, and shaders. I made the shaders myself as well. Borrowing a few that I bought, and then I figured out, oh, I can actually make these myself. Thanks. That's also like getting the art style is probably what I spend the most time on during my studies at uni. That and shaders, because it's all the underlying tech, right? And figuring out how to do this Warcraft 3-esque terrain. I really wish I had a Unity-based editor that allowed me to do this. But I also know that would take me, like, I know it's possible to do in Unity, but it would also be a lot of extra effort that currently I just don't want to do. You have 0 graphic skills. Yeah, that's kind of what I worked on as like a side hobby during university. When I started Mediology, I actually didn't even know how to use Blender, so I feel like I've progressed pretty heavily on that front. Let's see here, let's try and load that tutorial level. Just because I wanted to show how the terrain works and why I wish I could do it within Unity itself. I don't know if I've ever shown this to you specifically, but I'll just show it to everyone, I guess. So the terrain consists of two elements, okay? So there is the terrain plate, and then there is the mesh-based terrain on top of that, all right? Which is what I'm moving here right now. So all this is technically one model file. All of this. And then underneath that, you have the normal standard Unity terrain plate at a very particular resolution scale in order to achieve the effect that I'm achieving. If I zero back this down again, you basically cannot see that transition between the two. Because it's like, it's a very shallow incline from like the outer part's a little bit more raised, and then it's a shallow incline towards that terrain. And then I used a lot of tricks in Blender in order to generate this, because this is not hand sculpted terrain. That would take way too long. That's one of the things I wanted to avoid. Yeah. I'll do that one day when I'm looking at further optimizations. Right now I'm doing like macro level optimizations, not things that are specifically for a particular level and stuff. But I know. I know making things static, it does help a lot. I only wish that I could do that for all the trees and such. Those are the real issue. All the resources are like prefabs that cannot be static. So optimally, I would like to do some what do you call it, mesh combining, and I do have a tool to do that, but I would have to change the entire way that resources work and get destroyed, because you cannot just destroy a game object and then you need to actually, like, you disable a particular part of the mesh. That's how that works. And also, like, what it internally does is it basically adds a bone, like basically like a rig like you would have on a normal model, and then it just adds a single bone at the root of every game object, you know, at the origin down there basically. And then when it combines the mesh during runtime or whatever, it moves that bone instead. So it just like adds a bone, and then it takes all the vertices from this object and attaches it to that bone slash armature slash rig or whatever, and it does it for every single object in the scene. So now you have baked down like one giant model with all these individual assets into one, and then their origins are just moved with that bone. So you can see why that works a little bit different. It's very cool because it allows you to do render batching, which is kind of what this game needs in the long run. Can I have a static parent containing a non-static child? If you mark them static and put their colliders in a non-static? Okay. But they don't, then I need to add like a hierarchy to all of these game objects if I wanted to do that. But does it actually do anything? Because there's more. How does that make any sense? Because the static does more than just that though. It also affects lighting and a bunch of other things. The problem still though is that they're not being render batched in the same way though. Because Because I've heard that Unity's own render batching isn't exactly the best. Right, but I might actually need to add a rigid body to these at some point. I'm not entirely sure on what Wise's environment aware does, but if you do this, it needs a rigid body. Wise needs that for that to work. I think it's obviously got something to do with sound, but environment aware is not what makes it, you know, positional audio, because that's just using the transform as far as I know. But it can't be static because it moves. It's as simple as that. Because every time I break them, I need to be able to move them. And I remember that it didn't, I just vaguely remember it didn't work. Like you can't move an object that's static with a script, at least by set position or something. It's been a while, it's been years, so pardon me if I don't remember half of what the things I did. But anyways, so the UI works, all the resources have sounds for now. The next thing would be the environment, but that's a bit of a different beast. I'm trying to remember how that works. Because in Wise, I do have these ambient sounds somewhere. Very quiet though. We're talking like birds chirping and hollow out room sounds and stuff like that. Why are all these sounds super quiet? Probably because they're ambient sounds. I'll have to see how it works in game. Never move a collider or mesh render, it should be static. Right, but I do that though. I move the collider, and I would have to do that as well because the objects that pop out of the resources, the secondary ones, need to be able to collide with the tree as it's moving down. So kind of need to do that. It's also like the whole physics objects will settle if they don't move by a certain amount within a certain amount of time, so that you don't recalculate physics for every single game object, right? So there's also physics culling. I'm doing some of that in some aspects, but I mean, for this game, there's not a lot of stuff that scales where more and more things are happening. I've actively tried to design the game to avoid that. So basically, you know, most of your interactions are one-to-one. You, the player, click on something and then something happens. There's only, even with an auto-clicker implemented into the game eventually, so many things you can do as a singular person. And I've got those 5 auto-harvesters, but I mean, you only get those 5. And the rest is all like singular buildings that do things on their own and are not physics related at all. So in theory, there's not that many things in the game that actually like interacts dynamically on their own, if you know what I mean. So far I haven't had any major issues with it. Yeah, but baked light looks like ass, so I want to avoid light baking as much as possible. I've never seen a good, like, comparing the two options, light baking is just so shit, honestly. At least Unity's default light baking. And it's a pain to work with too. And you're just sacrificing a lot of memory in order to do that, so I don't know. I don't know. Right, I think we need to jump on YouTube for a moment. So what's it called again? Trying to remember what he was called. Let's just see. Yeah, this guy. He's got a pretty decent series. Now the question is... Michael G. Wagner, or how it's pronounced because he is in Philadelphia. But he does have a German sounding accent, so my guess is that he is German. I'm trying to remember which one of the videos it is though, because he talks about how to do the ambient sounds, and I cannot remember which one it is. We'll have to see if I can find it. But yeah, maybe you are just an optimization freak. Honestly though, I think that's a good thing, but also like, don't get too caught up on it as you do, because if you end up completely changing how you want to do something before you're even done and you end up wasting all that extra effort, I would rather do it in like an extra optimization step once you've actually got the functionality in there. So like for instance with my resources, right, I don't know if I want to use that mesh combining thing, and if I do, there's some other optimization tricks that would be null and void if I did. You should have a playlist, I believe, though. Yes. And it's a very long, like each video is like an hour long, right? Which I have spent time watching before, so hopefully I can just get away with browsing through it. Question is which one? Reverb sounds. It's not interactive music, not triggers and stingers. I think it would be one of these two. Might be the blend containers thing.
My name is Michael Wagner.
Let's see.
College of Media Arts and Design at Drexel University. Click on create a new child. There are a couple of different options we have.
No, blend containers is not the thing that's in here.
There's a sequence container, and I'm not going to
Game states, precision types, large mode. That's actually the thing.
What I want to do now is I want to associate a ambient sound with my snow field. And we're actually going to use...
Yeah, so it's got like this area over here where if you walk in there, it should play like an ambient sound.
Attach a particular sound to that snow field, and let's see how that sounds. So let me go into Vice, and the sound that we are going to use is, well, first of all, let me go into the designer layout and let me prepare everything here. So I have in the default unit, let me immediately set up a virtual folder, and let's call that Snowfield, where I'm going to put all the sounds that are coming for the Snowfield. Now the what we're going to use is, if you go to the Sonis by the way, if you don't see the metering,
yeah, this is just the sounds. I know how to do that. How to do all the adjusting of the tracks and stuff.
So let's go to the sound bank layout, and let's add the play Snowfield into the main sound bank. Let's save.
It's just got a regular play sound event,
selected.
okay.
So it's going to take a bit because it's going to process the sound. And by the way, if you ever wondered why, if you go into audio, why some of these sounds are blue and others are white, the difference is that the blue ones have not yet been rendered or have not yet been converted by audio kinetic wise. So that has nothing else. There's nothing wrong or anything weird going on. It just means that Wise has not yet processed those. The white ones are the ones that are already been processed, and then let's move that snowfield and drop it on the object. And once again, it's going to ask us to add a rigid body, so we say yes. And now we have that sound connected. There's one final thing I need to do, because currently I don't really have an attenuation going on. So let me go back into Wise and add an attenuation sphere, or add an attenuation shared set, really. Add a low pass filter. So here's our snowfield sound. Now one of the issues, and let me turn the volume down for a second so that you hear me while I'm talking. Now one of the issues if you want to assign a sound to an entire area, like here where we have an entire snowfield that should sound in a certain way, is that the location of the sound is the location, or the center location of the coordinate system of that particular object, which in our case
so like in the middle of the
snowfield,
as he calls it.
This area is a little bit small, so you can't really hear it that well, but if you walk onto the snowfield, you can actually hear that the sound is located at the center of that snowfield.
Yeah, and that's obviously not good if you want ambient sounds.
How do we go about that? How do we make sure that the entire area is sounding? And the obvious option would be to simply place that sound multiple times, and that's something we could do. So we could use the same sound and position it multiple times within the same object. The second option is, and that's the one that we're going to pursue here, is we're going to use what's called the large scale mode. And large scale essentially means that this sound is emitted from a larger scale area. So how does this work? So let's go into the snowfield. I have selected the snowfield. I'm looking at the AK game object.
I mean, you can hear his accent. It's not
the AK ambient
problem,
component. And I'm looking at the position type. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to select the large mode. Now, as soon as I select the large mode, there are two things that's going to happen. First of all, Unity is going to remind me that this is a mode that can only be used with a static object. So I need this object to make static. So let's make that static. Yes, change everything. And then essentially what I get here is I get an option to add large mode position object. And the way this works is that instead of having multiple objects that are each associated with a sound, and then maybe create a multi-position position type, I can simply add multiple locations of that sound to one sound object. So how does...
So he has an AK ambient, Arnold Schwarzenegger. I've always found his surname peculiar, Schwarzenegger, because when you really look at it, and this is why I've always misspelled it in the past, it's actually like Schwarzenegger, not Schwarzenegger, right? Or how you pronounce that. So it's like Schwarzenegger, right? Because it's Austrian, right? He's from Austria. So that's at least like, if I were to just read it, not having heard it before, that's how I would try and pronounce it probably. But I wonder if that has always been a thing, or if the pronunciation of his surname has changed because of the Americanization of it. I find it pretty interesting, right? Because that's why it's so hard to spell, because it's pronounced Schwarzenegger. So basically you cut away the E, but in the pronunciation, but there's like an E in there that just gets left out for some reason. Have you ever thought about that? So if you split it into Schwarzenegger, right? Because Schwarz is basically the color black. I don't know what Egger would be like similar, because it's not German. Austrian and German are similar, but not quite, right? No, but it's like if you've never spelled his name, black egg maker. What's an egg maker though? I don't know. But you know, you can probably see where I'm going with this, right? If you've only heard Schwarzenegger, the pronunciation, but never actually had to spell his name and never paid attention to the spelling, and you suddenly were asked to spell out his name, would you remember to put an E in there? I didn't. We don't want to know. Never ask questions we don't want the answers to. All right. I don't know. I'm just, it's not really like a question though. I think it's a curiosity. It's a symptom of, and a great example of how language evolves, if you ask me, which I think is really, really cool. And just like a reminder that, you know, words change their meaning and pronunciation over time and the environments that they get used in. And before you know it, some group of people start using words in the way that they were never intended to and pronounce it slightly differently. And then 5 years from now, you know, it's suddenly like associated with a lot of specific things. I just find language to be cool that way. Anyways, so we need to add an AK ambient. Well, let's make a test object, I guess. Let me just make sure we got this hierarchy correct. Because I do have two hierarchies, it needs to be in the right one. I can take that later. So how's it again? So I've got this. This is the one that gets disabled. This is like everything that I can disable, basically. That means no resources and the terrain plate, essentially. Also the light source itself, it's disabled in here. Bit unsure about that enemy generating thing up there is not part of this. Oh right, because it has to. And that's so that you can put an auto harvest on a level and then have it unloaded but still continue doing its thing without doing unnecessary light calculations. And so also obviously if you had two different directional lights loaded at the same time, it would affect both. Well, you know, it would be affecting the same play space twice. Or I think you know what I mean. And I'm not entirely sure on how this is gonna work due to how wise functions, but I hope I can put my empty in here and then, oh, this is gonna be a pain, isn't it? But yeah, put my empty in here where the sounds are played and then it gets deloaded and maybe it doesn't even play the Y sounds, because Y also uses CPU. Who would have thought? Even if you can't even audibly hear it because you're too far away. There are some things there too. What do we call, where should we start though? Let's start with a, I also need to figure out a, okay, let's actually call this wise ambient sounds so that we have it all in one hierarchy. And then from there, because that way I can collapse it a bit better, I think. And then, because I want like multiple things, right? I want a river in this level. The waterfall, I will add to the waterfall itself as a sound because those are prefabs. But I need it for this river and I need it for this pool of water up here as well. And then level wide, I will want to add like some bird chirping sounds. And then I'm thinking in this area over here, maybe some, because this is the highest point of this particular map. It's not, you know, significantly high because of the chippy level design kind of like look this game has. But I think adding some windy sounds up here could be interesting, just to get a better feeling for, okay, we're higher up or something, maybe. We'll see how that works. So let's start with the river, maybe, because that's the most challenging, right? Because it needs to be confined to this very dynamic space here. Let's call that, what should we say? River A. Because I need to make sure that it's easy to distinguish what it is. Could also just be River 01 maybe or something. Yeah, let's lose numbers instead. But I need to be careful with this though, so I don't get confused as... Okay, this is just called... Yeah, so these are called Water 1. Because if I used the same naming convention for these, then it would be easier to match up which hierarchies go to which part of water. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, if I just call it water underscore 01 like I did up here, but don't add like ambient sound or something like that. What if we say sound? Just lowercase it all, maybe. Then that might be... Let's try that for now and see if that naming convention holds up. And then in there, we would have to do all of this AK. This would be have to be the AK ambient stuff, right? And this is where it's going to be interesting. Because an AK ambient automatically adds an AK game object, which is required in order to play the sounds from here. But we probably might want to do this outside of using this AK ambient, because this is like a, you know, this is basically a pre-programmed component that just has like a... trigger thing. So I don't know how much control over this I would have if I don't do a custom script for it. But I guess we can use this for now and see what happens. Let's do on awake this one. Yeah, I think that's fine. Of course, it's going to ask for a rigid body, but I'm not entirely sure on why. Maybe environment aware is just like physics related. I'm not sure. Because this is not really something like he goes on to explain in the video, so I'm not entirely certain on how that works. Because I don't need a collider in this to trigger it, because it's just going to be on start. Or to change the sounds or anything like that. It just needs to constantly play that sound. Do need to make an event though. Yeah, and all these sounds don't need to be in a mixer hierarchy. Yeah, there's no reason. Yeah, so here you also get a bit of sounds and stuff. Right, but this particular one has like cars in the background. Yeah, and then some banging on stuff, so maybe this is not such a greater sound. Very quiet though. is this has like the bird chirping, but then it's also got like random water drips. Which is kind of like not fitting either. Unless it's raining. This one's good though. This is unedited though, so I do need to make like a couple setting changes to it. Because right now it doesn't even loop, right? So we gotta loop it infinite amount of times. Then we also need to do some cross fading. Right. 3-day spatialization position. I don't know if it needs to be set to that though. Yeah, it probably does. And we can just use the default generic attenuation that I made a couple last week sometime. And then what else do we need? Need that crossfade, of course, but where do you do that again? I think it might be over here. Otherwise it does that hot cut here. So crossfade duration. Let's try and do 2. Like, oh, right. It'll complain. Right, because you have to move these outwards a little bit if I remember correctly. How long though? Or is it just the loop end? I think it's just might be the loop end. Yeah, it's the loop end. We've got these here, loop start and loop end. And if you move these too close to where the clip cuts, they don't crossfade. No problem. Welcome back. Might have to be a bit larger than 2 as well. I just remembered how this works. Yeah, I don't particularly hear that the transfers across. Question is, should I move this a little bit closer? This is why it does that warning thing, because it does this crossfade, right? So if it doesn't have the space for this to happen, it's gonna be like complaining. Considering now that you'll be out of a job in August, what would I say to a 5-hour a month RP stream? Not D&D, but a simpler, more narrative-based system. Okay. Stream, you say? Like, you would be streaming? Is that what you're saying? Implying? And only like once a month? Could be interesting to give it a go. If all I have to show up, then for all intents and purposes, I don't mind. Open world narrative. I mean, we could give it a go. I would be down. If you need participant, if that's what what you're kind of insinuating. Just give me a holler and I'll be there. Inviting, yeah. Words. Sometimes I use words that are way too fancy for their own good. My bad. That's not what I wanted. Okay then. Sure, I would like to join. Give it a try at least. Do we need to prepare anything in advance is the question. Because you say it's not D&D, so I take it that's a possible no? Oh, because it's online? Yeah. I mean, I'd be down. I'd be down. And if it's only once a month, I should definitely be able to have the possibility of squeezing it in somewhere. To know if these birds are too loud now. I've always thought that the DB is like really hard to figure out. But like for instance, on OBS, it's like nothing. What? Nothing? Nothing what? But yeah, on OBS it would be like, you know, at full volume, of course. There are some... What was that? Hold on. There. You hearing this? I don't know if you guys can hear it, but there's like some weird shit going on here. Can't tell if it's like water drips or if it's or if it's like something. Might be water drips. Oh, nothing as in, okay, yeah, no preparation. Right, but we would need to like have some kind of character, right? We can't just meet up without a... Unless you hand us as one, of course. I don't know what you've got planned, but I assume that we at least need to have some kind of idea what the world is like, what kind of world we're going into and all that stuff, right? So we don't just come in like, oh yeah, what character, unless you want that to be part of it. I don't know. How... I've not really done any editing in this yet, so I don't know how to even do that if you can. Nah, that's for another day. Because I have no idea. I would have to watch videos upon videos to figure that out, probably. Just all the things you can do. This should be fine. Let's just keep it at the volume level it is. We do need an event for this. And it should just be a play event, I'd imagine. Playbirds, yes. So these two... Let's put those into the test thing. Because the sounds are cool, but there's just too much background stuff going on. bullet points basically, and from there the characters will appear. Designed to ask questions, tell stories about yourself. Okay. Well, I'll be looking forward to it then. Sounds interesting. I've tried something similar back in the day when I first started on all that stuff. And you can get some interesting narratives, but also some really silly ones. So I guess only time will tell which one it's gonna be, huh? Ambience. Okay. Put all the ambient sounds in there, or the events at least. Do I need to do more? Yes, I think I do. I think I need to add that to the sound banks. So I get the ambience events in there. And that should do the trick. Okay, let's try and generate those sound banks. Silly's not a problem, alright. Silly without continuity is a problem, okay. I remember like one of the things I tried back then was someone had made a timed campaign, if you will, or like it was really just a session's worth of RP, but it was like basically like I guess the equivalent would be an RP escape room. Really, that's basically what it was. We were like generic people without necessarily any backstory, so we were just like transposing ourselves into the story, if you will. And we all just like woke up in this room, and then the whole thing was about like, okay, what were we gonna do in this room? And you know, then it was timed, so at the end, if we didn't make it all the way through, then you know the thing would just end prematurely without like the good ending, if you will. And I think like we all died because the room started filling with gas or something, and within the allotted time we didn't like deal with that problem. We all just died. So it was a bit of a mix of like we took turns doing actions, and they were like, you know, you just had to say what you wanted your character to do. And if for instance it's like looking around the room, you would get the response of what you saw, and then it would be the next person's turn because you used your turn to carry out that action, right? And then we ran through those loops until eventually like we all died. It was an interesting experience, but also like, you know, we didn't really get like any, okay, what did we do wrong, like, or anything like that, because you don't really get the chance to try again. It's not designed to do that. It's like a one shot. Because with pre-existing knowledge, then you know you're able to meta game, and then it doesn't work anymore. As to what the whole point was, I mean, we didn't really figure that out. It was just an escape room, and we failed horribly. The interesting part was also doing like collaborating with the other players, because you know, oh, okay, you're over in that end of the room, so if I wanted to do something in that end of the room on my turn, I could only go there in my turn, and then I have to wait until the next one to do something. But I could use my turn to tell that person to flip that switch, and then they can say in their turn that they're flipping a switch or doing whatever it might be. If people are incapable of utilizing that cooperation, it's like in Saw where everyone dies. I guess might have been the inspiration for it. Anyway, so we got our Wise event here. Should be in here. And now what happens Not even sure where this has to be. Yeah, so right now it's like moving around in the inspector. Sound is playing according to my position. With attenuation, so if I'm too far away, it's inaudible, basically. But you want that, you know, you want it to be like that. I also realized that I said I would do the river, and then I did the play birds event. God damn it, dragon. I blame you, Loki. Well, it's also like the equivalent of my Monday today. What do these sounds like? If that's more like an ocean kind of waves. You accept no blame. Don't get a choice. But this is more like an ocean kind of way, like sound, right? I don't have like any sounds that really are like a creek or something like that with water just moving down like the stream. Blame Yan. Who the fuck is Yan? Yen. Who the heck is Yen? Okay, before I go looking for sounds, let's actually make sure I don't already have any that I could just use. Let's see here. MonsterStone sounds raw. Filtered. Don't know what we have in here. I think they're under SFX, ambience. Yeah, so here we got a lot of like ambient sounds, but as these are like beach ambient sounds. They've got like birds in the background and shit too. Genuine Vision. It's the one we always blame. Alright. Alright. And that was like for lava and stuff. Yeah, that was for something else entirely. Might not have anything that's fitting because I think these are the... Yeah, those are the ocean sounds. Okay. Okay, and I really don't have any river sounds in here. Yeah, this is also like really violent ocean water. Oh shit, yeah, then that chicken is definitely dead. Definitely dead. Okay, let's try free open game art first. Just try and type in river, make sure it's CC CERN license, and let's go. See if we find anything. Find one thing. Sea and river wave sounds. Yeah, that sounded a little bit low quality. Try and get that one. It's frozen when you put it in though, so it's edible. Every time someone says it's edible, I always remember like a realization that someone pointed out to me during university where they said, have you ever thought about it? There's like a difference between eatable and edible. Do you know what the difference is? Because one is whether or not it's like from a healthiness standpoint that you can eat it without consequences, and the other one is, I think it's if it's eatable, like paper is eatable, but is it edible? Or something like that. Like, can your stomach digest it and do you get sick from it? I don't know exactly what the difference is. You tell me. Okay, so it's just that one sound. Wait, how long was this? An hour and 30 minutes. An hour and 30 minutes worth of just ocean. Okay, that's a lot of sound. Edible means you can eat it without repercussions. So, is it edible chicken? If there are repercussions, like how do you define repercussions then, right? Because that's the next step in it then. Because repercussions could be anything from you get a bad stomach or stomach cramps or something to you're dead, right? So, for instance, rat poison is eatable but not edible, I suppose. Moldy bread is eatable but also not edible. By that logic, then. But dried chicken, I mean, it could be edible but not eatable. Like if it's so dry that you just cannot chew it, for instance. Just to try and figure out like if there's some situation where you could do something that's eatable but not edible, right? Or something that's edible, I mean, but not eatable. That's what I mean. Just getting it right. Never heard this distinction before. Also, I think it's pronounced, it's written eatable.
Eatable.
Eatable. What's the definition of eatable? There's like, did you mean define edible? No. Fit to be consumed as food, eatable fruits, okay. Fit or suitable to be eaten.
Edible.
I mean,
Eatable.
where does this come from? Is it just a synonym? I wonder. It's because you're writing it wrong. It's eatable, not eatable. I mean, they're written in completely different ways, so how is it a dialect? They're distinctively different words. You sure they're not just synonyms? Like great and good. I don't know. Yeah, it's a synonym, right? Esculent. What the heck? Synonyms, noun. Comestibles. The fuck? But esculent? I've never heard that before. So this is like how you get into a rabbit hole of finding really fancy words. Say things in a way that other people don't understand what the heck you're talking about. Harvesting wild mushrooms is no business for amateurs, since some of the esculent ones closely resemble poisonous varieties, referring to them as being edible mushrooms, but they are disguising themselves as the poisonous variety, right? This is now a grammar stream. No, this is a learn interesting things with dragon stream. It is usually that way. I don't know. I think knowledge is power, as they say, and there are very quirky things in the world. No. What's it called again? River. That sounds terrible. Oh, right. I also need to make sure that we're on here. Creative Commons Zero license. Very important. Ow. How loud is this for you guys? Let me just... It's still very, very loud for you guys. Let me see. This one is promising, but I think there are birds in the background. Preferably that wouldn't be the case, but I mean, you can't. Yeah, there's like some bird in the background. There's like some shop sound in the beginning of that too. Ooh, this is more like it. This one's pretty on point to what I want. Because I don't want like a super violent one. It's still like if I can get something that's a bit more softer. That's very quiet, but it's kind of just, you can kind of see that on the waveform. But yeah, I do want that like gurgly sound or babbling brook. Yeah, those are definitely gurgle. I mean, we can maybe modify that in Wise so that it's a bit better. Yeah, because this is like, this water's got some speed to it, you can hear that. Same with this one. Yep, that's way too loud. It's also close, but it's still like way too fast. This, what? Why the fade in and fade out? Okay. Ow. This does not sound like a river. This is like water that's falling down over the edge of something. In like a cavity, because you can hear the hollow sound of concrete, like a concrete structure or something. Like under a bridge, for instance. Could be water dropping down underneath a bridge. Or just someone standing with their garden hose and filling up like something in their garage, maybe. Ow. Can hear some weird noise that get picked up in the background. This one's pretty good though. Sometimes it's hard for me to figure out if the bird chirping I hear is from the sound clips or literally outside my window. Wading in a shallow river. Yeah, with a lot of like noise because you're moving the sound. This might be good for a waterfall sound. It sounds a little bit like there was some wind in the background, but then again, maybe that's like the sound that comes off when you know, waterfall or something like that, and then I guess the act of it hitting like the water with such force pushes like sound wave out that basically sounds like wind flowing in your direction, right? Yeah, let's take that one as well. That's got some wind sound. Nope. 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 Because the thing is, I don't want like... I want to try as much as possible to avoid ambient sounds that just end up being like white noise in the background. I've experienced a few games myself at least where they put like really annoying ambient sounds in the background, like the go-to no-goes are like cicadas and crickets on loop 24/7 as ambient sounds. Like, if you're ever making a game yourself, please do not ever do that. I remember playing the early versions of 7 Days to Die, and they decided that in one of the biomes, one of the primary ones you wanted to settle down in, they had added these cicadas or something, and it was basically just white noise. Like, it was like tuning on your television onto a no signal channel or something, and just having that static white noise in the background. That's the kind of shit that gives you a headache if you have to hear that 24/7. But even larger games have a tendency to sometimes do this, which is not good. If you ask me, at least. So this one I actually really like because it's subtle and it's not super long, which is okay, but it's very subtle, right? You get the sensation that water is flowing, but nothing like super loud. This one's got like some air sound to it. This might be really good for like a river, because it doesn't really sound like water that's moving all in one direction, but just like, you know, moving around, so to speak. But not super violent like ocean waves. So I could use that for a lake, maybe. Then we've got the wall, that's the waterfall one. Sounds like this one's got a bit of variation to it. I feel like ambient sounds are a little bit like, you know, tiling textures for your video game. You don't want them to have parts of them that stick out because then you notice that it loops, right? But at the same time, you also don't want the pattern to be, what you call it, obvious that it's repeating. So, you know, you want it to find that balance between both. Because if it's like really obvious that it exists there, then it's not really, like, it's too dominant, and I don't feel like that's something you'd want. Because as soon as something starts becoming very dominant, and especially if it's an ambient sound, it starts becoming annoying. In my opinion, at least. Yeah, let's get these two imported now. Wait, I needed a third one. Which one was that? Antonio Lai River, that one. Also need you. So let's call you Lake 1. Call you Waterfall 1. And you should be River 1. Now, trying to think of a good way to do this. Because we can do a lot of sound processing tricks to make rivers that sound more violent and less violent based on things like pitch and such. Guess the first thing is to tell it to loop at least. Because if we pitch shift it to be higher pitch, it sounds like it's moving faster. Whereas if we pitch shift it down, it sounds a little bit like it impacts onto more things, but also moves a bit slower. Because after all, if you pitch shift something up and down, it also affects the playback speed of it. So if I want to do a River 2, for instance, that's a slight variation of this, I can just use the same sound, but do some pitch shifting, and then voila. Just want to try out. This is very quiet though. Yeah, I think for this I actually want to make it sound like deeper but also a bit more hollow. And then if I switch it down to that volume it's at, I don't know if it'll be audible, but we'll see. Nah, it's barely audible at this stage. At least for me. Just play something in reference, I think. If we open the music. Because of course, if the music is playing at this volume at like 20 dB, right? And this plays at negative 30 something. In order for it to even be audible in the game, it has to be louder. Let's try setting it to 10. Try to think though if it's a problem that there are birds chirping or making noise in the background. Because I can hear that now that we're boosting it a little bit. Not necessarily a problem, that is. Because I'm thinking like, do I have any context where we have a river or a lake, but no birds? I don't think so. And I mean, they would just blend in with the bird sound that we have here in the forest, so that's not an issue. Because you know, what's one bird more? And in fact, it would just make it you know, overlap in ways that make these, you know, have a bit of variation to them, because they don't loop at the same point in the track. So, you know, there's that. Can I do this? Because all these need to loop. Nope. Nope, I cannot. I also cannot do that. Okay. Thinking I could just use the arrow keys to go up and down, tell them to loop, but no. Nope. We have to actually do this for each and every one. That is fine. Might as well just do them all in one go. Save that. Now we need events for all of these, most likely. I'm not entirely sure on how it works, but let me make a play lake event. We would need the river. We would need the waterfall. Though that is actually not... It's an ambient or ambience sound effect, but it's gonna be on the waterfalls. So it's like an environmental sound SFX, basically. So it's not really like over a larger area, it's on emitting from one object. But I'm thinking if that's a good idea or not, actually. Because in theory, it might be better to just say like, oh, play them as like a large area ambient effect in this place around the waterfall, instead of doing it at the origin from every single one of them. Maybe that might be a good idea. Yeah, I think actually that might be the thing. The issue with that, of course, is that that adds a lot of extra work, right? Because then for every single level, it adds another step that I have to do instead of it just being part of this prefab. And I don't know how it works if I could do that too. I could put in the large mode thing onto the waterfall elements themselves, the prefabs for the whole stretch here. But I don't know how it works from an optimization standpoint. That's the problem. Like, do they work together even though they're separate objects in order to play that sound in that area? Or are they in theory played separately on top of each other at the same volume level, and then it's just like you can't hear it, but in reality the CPU is working twice as hard because it's playing two exact same sounds that are indistinguishable. I also don't know how that works if they start playing at different times. If you'll then hear the offset. Those are like the considerations I have right now. Because that's the whole reason why we're doing that with this river, so that all the sounds are like played simultaneously and, you know, collectively as one zone, if you will. But we did generate the events. I just didn't move them, did I? Nope. We need to do that. Okay, let's generate the waterfall play event and add it for now. Then I can always change my mind at some other point. Now, do your thing, wise. And we'll try and see if we can get this ambient sound playing correctly. 15 degrees C outside, jeez. Oh, it's actually really nice weather in the weekend too, for the most part. When I was at my grandma's 95-year-old birthday, The kids were basically playing outside all day because it was just so freaking warm. And I got a little bit of sun, even though you can't really tell. I rarely ever get well, I have plenty of opportunities to do so, but I tend to stick inside. Why I'm so bloody pale all the time. Heard the sun should be good for you, at least in moderation. Oh hey Argron, hello there. You waking up? Would be around that time of the day, wouldn't it? Good to see you. How you doing? Damn, it's really working to generate those sound banks. Come on. Why is it taking so long all of a sudden? So you can't hear it, but I can hear my computer's hard drive is definitely working on something. Well, I guess we did add some brand new sounds, so maybe that's why it's taking so long, but it was only 3 sounds. I mean, there were longer sounds, so that might have something to do with it. I didn't actually check the duration of all of them now that I think about it. Didn't even add like a crossfade to this either. Actually, I forgot to add the positioning too. If I remember correctly, I need to do that. Otherwise, they're global. Oh, maybe that's what it is. Maybe it's because I changed the settings for all of these sounds. So when generating the sound banks, it had to do all the... that would be a pain. That would be a massive pain. Dude, like, why can't you just do this? Why do I have to, like, do them one at a time? This is the point where I really wish there was some wise expert that had the time that I could just ask about this kind of stuff. Surely there has to be, like, a faster way of doing this. I know you can put things in groups, and then in the parent you can set these settings, and then it'll affect every single sound in there. I don't think you can do it for the folders. No, they're just there to organize your things. But the issue is then, well, it's not really an issue now that I think about it, because you can override the parent as well. So in that sense, like, you do the generic setup for all the sounds simultaneously, like position and attenuation and all that. And then for the ones that need to deviate away from the norm, then you override. There's like, yeah, that might have been a better solution. I'm almost done though now, as far as I know. But then you do it on the parent, the main default settings, which is a bit, I don't know if you can say backwards, but it's like a bit backwards, I guess, compared to what I'm used to. Or I guess it's not really backwards. It's probably just because in Unity you can just multi-select things and change their settings, right? You can do that for prefabs too. So as long as they're all easily selectable together, like all my trees are in the same folder, I can just select those all at once and then change one setting on their prefab, and it'll affect every single tree that has been placed anywhere else in the game, in any level, just like that. but Wise apparently doesn't work that way. And I'm trying to recall if there's anything else I need to change at the moment. Well, there is something I need to change. It's in here. And actually, let's try and standardize this. Which one did we do again? We did the bird sound, correct? Yes. What if we say loop start 1? Because you can enter the values directly. Oh, this is annoying. Okay. Damn. Oh, that's the fade out. That's not what I want. You touch on. Damn it, why does it not say the actual number? I mean, I can't just say default here. I wish that I could just take that number and then say -1 and then add it here. But no. Can I just say like this? No. That's the thing, I can't just move one end of the loop. I was hoping to standardize this just to get the most consistent like transitions. Because I can't just say like -1. This is not a value, god damn it. Is there some other way that I can get that value? Yes. In Y, as I can see the track duration here, right? And I'll just round it off to the nearest number so you don't have to use like a calculator or anything like that. So 89.5 basically is the duration, right? And then I set the loop end to be 88.5. Just round it off to the nearest. Easy to manage values. And then the crossfade duration was 1200. Right. So that's like a completely different measurement as well. I don't have any idea what this is measured in, if it's milliseconds and then the other one is measured in seconds, maybe? Is my guess. Because it sounds a lot very reasonable that it would be like 89.5 something seconds long. So like, you know. Nah. But you can't say like 559 milliseconds, right? Because that would be 5 seconds and 59 milliseconds. Where's milliseconds in thousands? I cannot remember. But let's just do 1200 for the crossfade duration. That should be fine. Cool. So that just means that we'll just do it for the river and the lake and such for now. So in here, crossfade duration 1200. This one is only like 7.7 long, so, or actually this one says how long it is, interestingly. Yeah, I can't really hear that it does the crossfade or that it loops over. As far as I know, how it works is that when the sound event is called, it'll play from the beginning of the track. And then once it loops, it basically, you know, it doesn't exactly skip this part, but it crossfades over here in that in-between area. So this entire place is like eating up that start bit of the sound. So in theory, we only have like this middle part's worth of non-repeating sounds, but it sounds fine. I mean, this is ambient sound, so it's going to be like, it has to be toned down so it's barely audible, but just so that you can get the feeling that there's an actual river going through, I feel that should be fine. Then for the lake, we do similarly. Trim start. 1 second in. No, wait. That's the trim. That's not the right thing. Crossfade, let's set that to 1200. Loop start starts at 1. And this track is 221 point something long, so it's really, really bloody long in comparison. Which probably shouldn't be like that long for the game, but let's just put it at 213. Because I mean, like, there's no reason for this to be this long. For optimization reasons, probably. But maybe like part of this doesn't have as many birds chirping, and then I can move it some other time maybe. Or maybe we should actually just do that now. So I'm like looking at these spikes here and I'm wondering if that's like bird sounds. Then we could maybe just take this snippet. If we move the trim. No, that's definitely bird. God damn it, nature. Could that part of you like quiet down? Yeah, if I can find like a spot where there's no birds. That would be amazing. But I don't think that seems possible for a long extended amount of time. So if we take this and trim it down. This is gonna be pain to edit this. I think this snippet here might do the trick. Add a little bit of a crossfade. Sounds fine. That almost sounds like we're underwater. Putting it down to negative 800 something pitch sounds fine. Yeah, just getting giving it a listen. Because if I put too much of, like, set the high pass filter too high, it's you only get like the almost dripping sound effects. Specifically, like towards the end. It seems like I managed to cut that out entirely. Something like that. A little bit touchy-feely sound, I feel, which is very much, you know, not how I like to work with things. But, you know, it just needs to be adequate for the time being. Cool. Well, I think that works for the lake. Might have to adjust the volume at some point. What about the river? Yeah, it works sometimes like closing your eyes and not looking at the visual representation of it. Yeah, so imagine like listening to this sound effect all day long. It just becomes static key white noise. So if you ever put sounds like this in the game, make sure it's like super low volume. That's at least what I would like to propose. Some weird water dripping noise in there for some reason. Doesn't even seem like there's like so much noise in this sound clip that it's like you don't even hear it doing the like looping, because the crossfade just gets muted out, or is like just, yeah, not muted out, but you know what I mean. You just don't really hear it transition back to the beginning. Yeah, that's fine. How loud is it? Yeah. It's like the thing where like I turn my speakers up and down so I can hear the sounds better, but you know, in game, the sound volume is going to be like different compared to the different, you know, sound effects. So even though these sounds sound decent in the transition, eventually I'll have to go back and do some audio mixing. And you can do that in here. There's like a mixing setup where you can play sounds simultaneously, like, you know, have them all music playing with some ambient sounds all on top of each other, like multiple ones, and then trigger the button presses or whatever, all other sounds. Now that is like, you know, obviously something you might want to do towards the end where you have all the sounds in place, and I'm just not there yet. So, but I am aware that's a thing. Right now, I just want to get the sounds implemented and at least have the basic like editing done, so that it's doesn't become like these massive sounds files in the bank, sound banks, as far as I know at least. If it lasts for like an hour, then it's going to be a massive file in the sound bank as well. My guess is that you have the raw sounds that you edit in Wise, like dynamically, and then whenever you generate the sound banks, it's similar to like baking light information or texture atlases and that kind of stuff, down into something a bit more compressed, you know what I mean? So if you don't compress those sounds while you're in your editing phase, then the files become pretty big. Anyways, cool. Okay, we got our sounds. Let's see, we had our water 01 sound here, and now we should have the, let's start with the river sound event. I can hear it in game, it's just very quiet. Like it's very quiet. Might have to boost that a little bit just so that I can actually work with it. One day, when I'm a little bit better acquainted with how decibel works, I might be able to just look at the numbers and say like, oh yeah, that's a loud sound, right? I don't see why not. Objectively, that does sound like a, well, objective way of evaluating if a sound is loud or not. Yeah, it's barely noticeable in OBS, like unless I, like even if I do this, it should be still very subtle. Oh right, now I know why. Positioning. I'm a doofus. It's the positioning. I forgot. It does that in the inspector as well. Because that wasn't close enough. Okay. Then we'll see if it's too much. And of course I closed down the video with Michael, or Michael, how do you pronounce that? Do you remember which one it was? I think it was like part 5.
How does this work? So what we're going to do is we're going to add a large mode position object. So let's add that one. And as soon as I do that, I see that here in the hierarchy, a new object popped up, which is this AK ambient point 0. So if I'm clicking on that, I'm seeing this ambient point 0, and that location is now an emitter for my sound source, and I can position that. So let's say, for example,
Okay, seems pretty straightforward. So here, large mode requires an AK game object that does not move. Consider setting the associated game object to static. Right. Let's do that in the uppermost hierarchy. Yes, also change all children. That is now static. I mean, it says interaction between AK game object and AK environment requires a rigid body component to the object or the environment. Well, I'm not going to be using an AK environment, so we don't need to add a rigid body as far as I'm aware. Don't want any colliders or anything. Like, this is just an ambient sound playing thing. But let's zero that so that is at the center of the map. And then let's try and add a large mode position object. So we've got our object here now. Why is that so laggy? It's not updating the movement of this position very well. Can you see this? It's like lagging behind. It's like not updating the movement every frame. That's annoying. That's going to be really annoying. It's like it's updating every like 3 frames or something. The fuck? I assume that's got something to do with the fact that it's doing wise, maybe? Could it be something else, I wonder? Okay, that seems to have done something, so it's a bit easier to manage. There's that gizmo that's called AK ambient point 0 here. So it's because it's got that fucking thing, it just becomes impossible to use, really? That's a bit annoying. Or is it because... No, wait a minute. I think I know why. And if that's the case, then that explains it. I was moving the bloody... Yeah, this is much better. Okay, it's probably because I was moving the parent. I was like, what? Okay. And let's see here. So should be able to just put it by like 0.5 on the Y level, and it should be flush with the actual water surface. Of course, it's, you know, shaded water, so it isn't always perfectly flat, but because I work in like pretty strict measurements on that one, should be easy to at least work with. Should be able to just like add these two level-based grid points, because that's kind of how it works, and we should be Gucci. Now the big question is, can I just do Control D? No. Okay. I'm holding down Control so it moves it like in a grid snap thing, but why is my grid snap set to 0.25, I wonder? What's that thing called again? It's a window. But what was it called? Damn, because it was like I can't remember if it used to be like a separate tool or whatever. It's Mesh Baker's not that. Vertex Painter, Terrain Painter, no. Not that either. It's not Text Mesh Pro, I remember that much. General is just like standard. I think all these are just going to be standard Unity things, right? Damn, what was it called again? It's not Geometry Brush. ProGrids. I think that was the one. And now it moves in increments of 1. So it's probably just because that was disabled, because I had to reset my layout. Alright, well, let's try and see what happens if we set up like just a simple polygon area like over here that's a bit dynamic in the shape, and see where we stand. Yeah, then I should be able to just like Control F click move all these so that they snap, and then just move them up by 1 level. Okay, so is there anything else we do need to do, Mikkel?
In order to make sure that I'm getting an impression that the sound is coming from all locations, I'm going to position emitters in all 4 corners of that sound field. So let me move that maybe to 1 corner. And it doesn't make a whole lot of difference. It doesn't need to be exactly in the corner.
Exactly.
So let's move that down. Here is more in line with the sound that's coming from an entire leaning corner. Now, as soon as I do that, this sound object is going to play from those 4 ambient position points. So that ensures that the sound is more in line with the sound that's coming from an entire area. Now we cannot make the entire area sound making sounding in a physically correct way, but if we have multiple points positioned, we get approximately the same effect. So let's see how that sounds now. Is there anything else I need to do? No, everything else should be fine. So let's play that.
So you're saying that it should just work. Okay. Let me make sure that I've also got everything set here, so can I? I mean, if I press the play button, it plays here, so that's not promising. Exactly. Because if it was... It might be because it's not working in the inspector. So unless I need to do something else. Well, okay. Easy way to figure out. Just bloody test it, right? That's not promising. Oh, nope. It's definitely working. But I can't tell if it's like really loud. Okay, for an ambient sound, it's pretty fucking loud. Definitely need to turn that down a little bit. Yeah, we set the corner right there, so... Definitely too loud, though. Definitely too loud. Maybe just having it at the... Okay, let's do 2. Because it's like 1 dB increment is not... If I remember correctly, dB is not linear, so... Jumping 2 dB is not the same amount as like jumping 1 dB twice. Or however you want to put that into words, at least. Generate the sound banks and then see how it sounds. But yeah, the ambient sounds were at least playing in that area. Before we try playing again, let's just add a few more. So we have like a more complete implementation of this. And I mean, I do get these nodes here, so that's nice. That's why they have that visual, I suppose. This is also an excellent opportunity to figure out if it matters where I put these. Like if they have to be... oh, that's a bit annoying. It would be nice if they would show when I don't have the individual one selected, but I guess that's not gonna be a thing, huh? But yeah, I do wonder if it matters if it has to go 1, 0, 1, 2 in like a series around, or if it's smart enough to know that even though this is called number 4 in the list, because he doesn't really talk about that in the video as far as I remember. I do wonder how, from a technical level, all this works, though. It's kind of curious to me. I also wonder what the performance impact of having too many of these might be, if there's any at all. Because I assume for every single object, it's somehow like it does some mumbo jumbo black magic, and then it's like, oh, okay, within this area, you know? So, like, for instance, here, it cuts like down like this and then continues up. But I think it's fine to just do like, you know, because it does a straight line, I suppose, up here, then into here, and then straight across all the way to this one. And just because, you know, I could technically put it in the corner then just not have these two, but I do think for these outer corners, I want to do it like that. But when it's like this, where there's a bit of terrain sticking in, I don't think it's like something I should really fine tune. And then down here, then over there, or maybe down there even, then across here, and then at least up here and around, because this, otherwise it would be playing in this entire terrain here. That's kind of what I think when I'm looking at this. Try to remember, because I can do this, right? And we could technically do like that. So now I'm in orthographic view, right? And I get the grid. Unfortunately, I don't see the water in orthographic view though. This should make it fairly straightforward to like place them, I suppose. The reason why I wanted to try and do it this way real quick is because they have to be raised by that 0.5 units or whatever. But if you see it from orthographic view, you know, you don't get that perspective that warps or transposes that position. You're just seeing it from top down, right? Then I can just align it to the grid at least. Dook, 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 dook. I have a feeling it probably matters what order these are in. But now, because I didn't adjust all of them, I can just select all of them, say 0.5. We are Gucci. I think in the future I'll probably just raise the parent to the level of the surface, maybe, and then move it down after I'm done editing, and then adjust the individual sound sources accordingly. At least for the water surfaces, just so it's easier to place them. Well, let's see if this works though, or if it's just confused now. But yeah, I have a suspicion maybe it needs to be in order, because it is a ordered list that it all gets stored in. And what I think it might do is just go like A to B to C all the way, you know, from 1 to the end. And then maybe does like a line connection or something. And then it generates like an area out of that. Oh shit. Remember to unload the level. Also, it was still pretty dang loud. Not sure why that was. Make sure to save that. Just try and generate the sound banks twice just to make sure. I might have done that age-old problem of not saving the Wise project. It did take a little while. All right, let's see how this goes. Still very dominating. Doesn't seem like it matters. I think the attenuation sphere is fine, but it's just way too bloody loud. Because it basically needs to be like this sound level that it's at now, but when I'm close to it. Otherwise, it's going to be way too dominant. Okay, well. There's negative 20 dB in here. Why is it so loud in the game, though? Could it be? No. This is the attenuation, right? So if we're at the very source of the sound, this is how loud it should be. And then the further away, it attenuates, obviously, towards being inaudible. But why the heck is it so loud in the game, then? Unless it's just because it's... my speakers are turned up so much. No, it shouldn't be. Because, I mean, I don't tune my speakers down when I press play. So we can see the music here is around negative 17 something dB. Just below 20, right? Kinda, or somewhere around that. Negative 15 there. Forget that negative goes up. Unless we're like on some of the louder ones, which are a little bit further up there. Okay, so that's like negative 15 dB is where they are at, so we want these to be lower. But they're definitely quieter. And this should be when they're at the loudest, but it doesn't sound that way in the game. What's up with that? Because if I set it down to negative like 5, it's barely audible here for me. Compared to the music, at least. So what's up with that? We'll try and generate the sound banks and see what happens. But since it gets played in the large mode, it shouldn't be like they're, you know, being amplified because there's multiple sound sources. They just work together to play the same sound, and then based on your proximity to those points, it adjusts the volume and up and down according to the attenuation and what other things you have, like your positioning. I mean, I can hear it as soon as I start. You definitely make do of being slightly quieter. Let's just try and drag it all the way down to negative 10 dB. See how that sounds. Once more. Okay, it's definitely quieter now. And of course, you know, you'd be playing it from this vantage point up here most of the time, probably. You won't be like, you know, texture wall licking all the time. I still love that freaking bloop sound. So good. Yeah, I think this like is a pretty decent sound level. Like just trying to play some other sounds basically at the same time. Let's just get a feel for it. Should I remind everyone that I'm not a sound engineer? This is fine. Cool, well that's the river done and I'm pretty happy with it. Let's just go to Wise for a moment. So what does it say? It's around like negative 35. So if I want all the ambient sounds to be consistent on that and not be super dominating, I guess that's where I should put it, around negative 35 dB. So that means we can take the lake here and see what it's around. Okay, so this one is being boosted up to like some 35. I cannot even hear it right now. Because the primary, like the main sounds are all around there, right? Like it peaks up towards those points, but and we can like insert numbers here manually to push it even further. Then again, I can hardly even hear these river sounds in here now. So that is super strange. I wonder if that's got something to do with the fact that we're playing it in large mode. But I don't see why that would boost the audio level of the sounds just because of that. And I did make sure that the attenuation here is unaffected too, so it's not because of some temporary setting in here that's affecting the sound of it, which is really like the strange part of all of this. Could it be something else, I wonder? Let's see, no. Not in there. Okay, not all of them are. It actually has to be ambient. Or ambient. So since we talked a bit about language earlier today, I found out that the ambience and ambient are not the same thing. Who would have thought? So you can have ambient sounds, and you can have ambience sounds. I haven't looked up the definition, but it seems that ambient sounds, ambience, or however you pronounce that bloody word, is basically like the environmental, like room sounds or something that takes up a larger space. Whereas ambient sounds are things that, like environmental sounds from an environment, but not like they can still be more centralized. So think an ambient water stream dripping in the background, like a waterfall would maybe even be an ambient, like compared to an ambience. Could also be that it's a distinction between like singular distinguishable sounds, whereas like, you know, an ambience can be made up of multiple ones, like a river while having birds in the background and the wind all at the same time. If that's the case, I don't know. I just thought it was curious. Lower that by 5, especially because the waterfall is not a super pleasant sound for a long time. I don't want to overdo that one. And then we haven't looked at the wind sounds actually. Okay, so the second one here is more like a cavernous, hollow, wind passing through sound. Whereas the other one is more like standing on top of something and wind is like whooshing by. It's higher pitch. And it's like really weird how the volume levels are so different. I have no idea what's causing it. So I have like these audio buses up here, which are later going to be used for audio settings in game. So like for instance, all the music gets fed through the music audio bus, and all the ambience sounds get fed through the ambience. I cannot pronounce that word, I guess. This one. Which means if I play an ambient sounds, any of those sounds, and I adjust the volume here, it's going to affect all of them, right? And that's how I'll be able to make a global setting so that, you know, if you want the music to be quieter, you can. But what I was wondering is if there would be something in here that would be set up or something that would be affecting the sound of it, but it doesn't seem like that's the case. I find it kind of weird. It's almost like the audio levels don't scale the same way in Wise as they do in Unity proper, so not sure what's up with that. It was Wind 1, so let's make a play event for that one actually. I don't have one. remember to save. And that should be all I need to do there. Just seeing if there's anything in here. Nah. Nothing here in the events either. Okay. Maybe one day I'll have an epiphany and be like, oh, this is why. But right now, that's not the case. Alrighty. Should have all the sounds now, so let's try and add the missing ones. Let's go through this process again. So that would be if we want to do the lake on top, water O2, sound, just so that distinguishable. Then we needed the AK. Why is this disabled? Huh? That's interesting. So it depends on this, but it's disabled by the looks of things. Unless it's like not there, so you can't disable it. Maybe that's what it is. No, because I can enable and disable that one. That's strange. Huh. Oh well. Make you static. And the event that we want to play is the lake one. Interesting. Some reason I can't hear it in the editor mode. I wonder why that is. Maybe it's not added to the sound banks. Yeah, this one's going to be a bit more tricky. It's still like halfway up, but it's like 2.5. Around there. All right, I'm trying to use my numpad to trigger these perspective mode things. It's not going to be super helpful here, but not having the greatest success, because that's not a Unity feature, that's a Blender feature. Trying to use bloody Blender shortcuts in Unity. All right, don't think I'll be able to use the oh damn, there we go. Oh yeah, so it's the snapping from this tool that's overriding Unity's natural snapping. And it's set to an increment of 1, but it seems to snap it to all places all at once. That's a bit problematic. But we should be able to change that, right? Well, that just snaps all of them. So this is the y-axis, right? This just renders the grid, I think. Isn't there a way to tell it to not snap on one axis? I know I could go into Unity's own snapping settings and set it there. Because you can just toggle this on and off, but then holding down control snaps in increments of 0.25. Dude, where do you set those things again? Is it project settings? Has to be in here somewhere, right? Unity snaps settings. So, what do you say? What do you say? I have a feeling this is newer versions of Unity. Might not apply to me. That would be really annoying. Grid and snap toolbar overlay, but I don't necessarily have that. Grid and snap toolbar overlay. I don't have that. This is a this is something I got off the asset store back in the day. Because something like this didn't exist in Unity. Or are we talking about this thing up here? Is this it? This is the move tool, of course, but I mean, what? Well, let's try and look at an earlier version of the manual, I suppose. Versions without this page, yeah. No wonder. So I am using 19.3 though. So theoretically, yeah, it has this page, but does it have that tool? I don't know. It doesn't seem like it did exactly. Oh boy. Okay, so how does this work? There's the grid, the color. Yeah. Incremental movements. Open the grid and snap window by either method. Edit, grid, and snap. Okay. You say there should be a grid and snap in here somewhere. There is. Oh, okay. Spicy. a bit annoying that it's like this. How do I want to use this? So if I add it up there, oh my god, it's gonna take like all my screen space. Oh goodness, goodness me. What would be a good place to put this sucker? Guess I could put it up here. And then I suppose I don't really need to have my progrids thing here. So now, if I snap you, will you stay? Yes. Cool. Okay, that works. And this just only moves, doesn't move on the y-axis. Great. Cool. Cool. That makes it a bit more pleasant to work with, at least. All right. Let's add some more objects then. 2.5. It's like a really small lake. With a really annoying shape to it. Banks past me, I guess. Yeah, I'm thinking like this should do the trick, and then just up there, over there, across and then down. $2.5. And one more and we should be done with that. And we just need to see if it works. Cool. And this approximation is probably fine. Now, does it play if I press play? If it is, I can't hear it, but we'll give it a go. And there's no thing missing here, so hierarchy should be right as can be. Just make sure to unload the scene and then see how this works, if it does. We also need to test another thing. We need to see what happens if I disable the thing and then re-enable it. Specifically talking about the hierarchy that they're in. Because if it stops the sound from playing and doesn't... Yep, that is really loud. Like, really freaking loud. Huh. I really don't understand how it's this loud. There's like some detail of whys that I am unfamiliar with, I guess. Because we've got our lake sound here. And I mean, here it says that it, you know, it shows that it's around 27 dB average, somewhere between -30 to 27. And if we take our river in comparison, it's like really far down. I can basically not hear it when I'm in Wise. It's just completely inaudible for me. So the volume levels in Wise and Unity are not equal for some reason, and I have no idea why that is. I have absolutely no idea. Shouldn't be any reason as to why it's so quiet in here. What if... Okay, I can't specifically change... Oh. What if we say ambience? Not available when the bus is not... What, sorry? Not processing. Not sure what that means. I haven't really messed around with this yet. It's almost like the master bus gets boosted by like a certain amount of dB in-game for some reason. And yet, when it comes to the music, it's very much a one-to-one. So there's something about playing the sounds in here as they are, as opposed to playing them as a large field sound. Because as soon as they go into that large field, they just get boosted. For some unknown reason. I'm starting to wonder if there's some thing I missed.
So once again, that sound field is a little small. So if that would be a larger area, it would be a little bit more noticeable. Use the multi-position mode in order to play the same sound from multiple locations, but only as one sound and not as multiple sounds. So certain boxes are part of what's called prefabs, and they would require us to go into the actual prefab in order to make any changes. So I'm going to select a couple of boxes that I can easily add components to. Feel free to play around and add as many as you want, but I'm going to use 3 so that I can add rigid body. And I'm not going to make any changes. I'm going to trigger it on start. This one is the first one.
Yeah, this is something a bit different. The first thing he does.
Let's hear how that sounds.
This is like playing the same sound according to your position relative to multiple objects.
Essentially, I have this sound.
It's got like a sound that's attached to like a box, and as he gets close to it, it like it continuously plays that sound, and then based on his proximity to it, it tunes the volume of it down. So to not play multiple sounds on top of each other, he's just...
They're all making the same sound, but they are essentially 3 different events. Now, in order to understand what that means for Wise, let's go into the Wise profiler and let's see what Wise is doing. So let me just make that smaller. Ugh. Here essentially was where the game started. That as soon as the game started, I had 3 separate voices playing, and I can actually see that here in the
this is something I gotta get used to start using as well.
It says number of voices, physical number of voices total. Those were 3 voices. So what that essentially means is that the 3 sounds played simultaneously, but independently from each other. And that is very, kind of not really necessary, because it's technically the same sound that started at the same time. It would be much more efficient if we could simply play one sound or one voice that represents all 3 different objects simultaneously. Exactly. And depending on what object we're closer to, we will hear that sound or not, but it's technically the same sound. Now, this would be much more efficient, obviously, and especially in big game developments, it becomes really, really critical that we think about efficiency, especially when it comes to sound. So we want to achieve that. Now, how do we do that? Now, fortunately, in Wisted it is very, very simple. And all we really need to do is we need to change the way the sort of the mode according to which this is played. So let me go back into Unity. And let's choose one of those. And I'm already in this to that multi-position mode. We should have only one sound playing, and depending on where my location is, the
yeah. So that's the other mode.
Play me that sound according to that particular position.
Compared to large
mode. So let's
mode.
switch that to multi-position mode. There's one thing we need to make sure if we have multi-position mode that only works if the object is stationary. So it cannot be on a moving object, because obviously audio kinetic device needs to be constantly aware of where exactly that position is. So in order to do that, we would essentially kind of make sure that static is in. But we can simply reconnect by playing the reconnect button. That means that it in a cave or in some interior. Now, so this is only one way how we can optimize here. What I want to do now is I want to associate a ambient sound with my snow field, and we're actually going to use that later for something else. But for now, let's just attach a particular sound to that snow field, and let's see how that sounds. So let me go into Vice, and the sound that we are going to use is, well, first of all, let me go into the designer layout, and let's import them. And let's just listen to them. So this is the first sound. That's one ambience we're going to use, and the second ambience is a little bit more ethereal.
Really
and
loud.
It's also way too loud. So let me actually switch that down a little bit more. Even let's go down to minus 18 dB. Now the idea is what we're going to do throughout the next couple of select them to be a loop, and then I'm going to edit them so that they actually sound accordingly, that they sound quite well. Play around with it. There is a little click going on, and that is because of the discontinuity in the loop. So that's the way it is. And then let's do the same thing for the second one. So let's try something like this. Let's see. Oops, I did not set that to loop. Sorry. I need to set that looping. Yeah, that sounds actually pretty good. So let's leave it like that, and so far so good. So we have those two sounds prepared. Now what we want to do is we want to play a sound when we approach the snowfield. So we need to create an event. So let me create an event out, and I'm only going to use the first one for now. So let me create an event out of the synth atmosphere 004. I think that's it. So let's create a new event, and let's make that a play event. Now, for reasons that will become a little bit apparent later, I'm going to rename that, and I'm going to rename that into play snowfield.
Yeah, we've done all this pretty much, right? So nothing here that's different.
In the event section, maybe let's create in the default work unit, create a new virtual folder where we keep the snowfield sounds.
Just making sure that I didn't fuck up somewhere along the way. I don't think I did.
The last thing we need to do is we need to add the events to the sound banks. So let's go to the sound bank layout.
Yeah, of course we did that. Otherwise the sounds wouldn't be playing, so that's not an issue either.
Let's save.
Just curious to see if there's some reason why my sounds are sort of
going to take a bit because it's going to process
playing back super loud.
And by the way, if you ever wondered why, if you go into audio, why some of these sounds are blue and others are... so we have everything here. So let me go back into Unity.
Because so far he's not really done...
Let's add that sound. So we're going to add it to the snowfield.
Much to the sound.
Actually, let me collapse that environment here. So here is the snowfield. And I'm going to add it to the parent object of that field, and the
Because the only other things he has here is like he's got a box collider that acts as a trigger so that when you walk in, it switches sound state from one to another, which is also the footstep sounds that he has in here.
Object. And once again, it's going to ask us to add a rigid body, so we say yes. And now we have that sound connected. There's one final thing I need to do, because currently I don't really have an attenuation going on. So let me go back into Vice and add an attenuation sphere.
We've got attenuation as well.
Shared set, really.
That's like the only...
Let's go into the designer layout.
Thing that dynamically adjusts it in Unity.
Layout,
it could be different than what you experience in Vice, but...
3D specialization to position. And then let's add an attenuation, a new one. We're not going to use the box attenuation. Let's use a new one. And we're going to call that, actually here's the name. I'm going to call that Snow.
Could maybe use this as an opportunity to make a better attenuation profile as well. For the generic one.
Attenuation. Okay. And then let's edit that. And let's, it's quite large, you know, our playground doesn't really have 100 meters distance, so let's put that down to 20. I think 20 works fine.
Yeah.
Okay.
But
and also
no matter what you set the max distance to, high is still highest.
I'm actually going to leave it that way, so we're not going to change that, so that we have essentially the boss volume is going down linearly, and the low pass filter is coming in linearly, so that's fine. And then let's...
Not sure why he... Like I'm not like an audio engineer, right? So I have no idea why you would want that, but let's just for funsies try and make another one. How did you do that again? New. So let's call this ambience attenuation. So we had a new profile, right? Instead of generic. And let's try and add that low pass filter just like he had.
Let's save that
right
again,
on.
and let's go into the sound bank
layout. I guess it means, oh yeah, it's because this is difference between Unity, low pitch and high pitch sounds on how far they travel, right?
Connected to the object.
That's why you want something like that.
Moving towards the snow field, I should hear that ambient sound. So let me see if that works. So here's our snowfield sound. Now one of the issues, and let me turn the volume down for a second so that you hear me while I'm talking. This area is a little bit small, so this sound is emitted from the entire geometry, so that the entire field is, or the entire area is sort of sounding. This is
so it takes like him this long,
like
we just implemented the sound, and then he actually talks about
sound in
the large mode part, I guess.
That sort of is emitting a sound that you want to make sure that on large scale essentially means that this sound is emitted from a larger scale area. Let's make that static. Mode position object. So let's add that one. And as soon as I do that, I see that here in the hierarchy, a new object popped up, which is this AK ambient 0.0. So if I'm clicking on that, I'm seeing this ambient 0.0, and that location is now an emitter for my sound source, and I can position that. So let's say, for example, that in order to make sure that I'm getting an impression that the sound is coming from all locations, I'm going to position emitters in all four corners of that sound field. So
that's what we've done. We just have more than, and
it doesn't make a whole lot of difference.
Four corners, so
in the corner. So let's move.
Still the same thing.
In corner. Now, as soon as I do that, this sound object is going to play from those four ambient position points. So that ensures that the sound is more in line with the sound that's coming from an entire area. Now, we cannot make the entire area sound making sounding in a physically correct way, but if we have multiple, that the sound is coming from the center of that snowfield.
I mean, so it also sounds really loud in here. I wonder. So here's my take on this. So if I really think about it, the only sounds that are comparable volume-wise to the ambient sounds would be the background music, because that is played globally in my project, as opposed to all the other sounds which are like positioned on the source of it, right? And that means when we're out, zoomed out, that is, and I click on a tree and it does the crunch sound, then it has to be like significantly louder than the ambient sounds, because you need to be able to hear it further away, right? I think this also should have to be 20. And I think for now, instead of using that one, let's just change the generic one to actually have that low pass filter. Just so I don't have to change a lot of stuff. But yeah, around -39, it seems like it has to be. It's gonna be like really difficult to work with. Sitting there with a really guilty conscience because you can't work, but at least you told your boss about you being blocked. And basically just sitting here waiting. Blocked? How you're blocked? In what sense? I think we'll change the wind down as well. The idiots decided to have some other devs work on the site, and those devs are hats without a brim. To say it politely. Hats without a brim. Right. So basically you can't work on it while they are working on it, is what you're saying. Since you say you're blocked. Or did they just completely lock you out? Because of something they did, so now things that you're supposed to work on just don't work? Speculating. Messed up the staging site setup. I have every idea of what that means. If your features don't work, okay? Right. So they have to unfuck what they fucked up. You can just say they broke something. That's a little bit easier to understand. We've been waiting for them for 2 to 3 days, jeez. Well, it just tells you that they don't consider that a high priority. Yeah, that sounds really frustrating. I can definitely relate. Because I also personally lose all motivation to do any kind of work if I feel like something else is either putting me on hold or like keeping me from continuing work. Even if it's like smaller, possibly less significant stuff. Don't have an obsessive mindset telling you that you're not earning your pay by just sitting here. I mean, you kind of have to learn that, I feel like, in order to work in that field. Okay, so now we just need the waterfall sounds here. And that'll also like help blending the sound transition, if you will, because right now it's a little bit weird to hear the gurgling of that river up there when you're standing in front of the waterfall. I think a part of what makes it a little bit weird is because we're like seeing it from a bird's eye view, right? So, and the very edge of the sounds played are right on the edge of this waterfall, so it's, if you're in here, the attenuation makes it so that you can still hear that very clearly. For idiots... Oh, wait. You don't do WordPress development for a reason. It's for idiots who are bad at their jobs, that they don't know the difference. Difference? Difference to what? I wonder. In your normal work. Yeah. As they say, just deal with it, I guess. Yeah, but coulda, shoulda, woulda, right? Like they teach you all those best practices and stuff during classes and such, but when you get out into the real situation, it's like, well, trying to actually keep up with all that is not always something that happens, am I right? So it is what it is. I do wonder if that's what makes people lazy, though, because they realize that other people are not keeping up to a standard, and then they're like, oh, why should I? These are prefabs, right? Yes, they are. Where are you guys located? Because you're located in here. Hey, just because you don't you have like a noteworthy education doesn't mean you don't use WordPress. But maybe it's not, you know, that kind of programming related. If you catch my drift, right? Got a waterfall here. Okay, so I'm wondering if I need... It feels like it, at least. Yeah, I mean, I didn't really expect WordPress to be for like large companies. That's like for the small guy who's like working on their own on their project and can't afford, like, you know, to pay people to make websites for them. Yeah, I get that. I wonder if I should use the multi-position mode for these.
I'm going to re-establish or re-enable the one that this cube
So
here.
how is this working
I'm going to
again?
add a third one, and let me choose the...
They have an AKI ambient, and I guess that's just all I gotta do, and then set the mode to be that other mode. Right, but also like it's WordPress, right? So AK ambient. And don't be environment aware. I wonder if that could also be what's fucking it up, because I don't know what that actually means. Might have to look that up sometime. Trigger on awake. And I want you to play this waterfall thing. But not in simple mode, because your origin is where again? Yeah, the origin is like... Actually, where is the origin? I think it's down here, actually. Where it hit, so it wouldn't be terrible to put it there. But it would mean that there would be, if you put two of these side by side, it would be a bit unoptimal. But let's try and put it into multi-position mode. That should do the trick. Make big things independent without any control documentation, then you're just shooting yourself in the foot, right? Still though, it's like one of those things that you can't really learn in an education regardless of what best practices are or not. Because one thing is that a teacher will tell you how to do things, but in education at least, how should you ever get that training? I mean, you know, if you have a project-based thing, you might get into a situation where doing it the right way might happen, but from personal experiences, I wouldn't really, how should we say it, bet on that happening. Yeah, these have to be, why is... Oh, okay. That's something I can also fix. They need to be set to static. Yes. These do not move. Being taught WordPress is usually from a person who's already doing back practices and bad solutions. It's like with JavaScript. I wouldn't know anything about that. Teaching PHP like it's something that should be used for new projects in 2022 is funny. Oh, what? Because it's like... Is it not really used anymore? What's the alternative these days? I'm not really savvy on that field. Okay, I wouldn't have any idea of any of that. PHP was a good idea, but we have better solutions today. Just trying to remember what we learned back then. I think we had like a few like in high school. We learned a little bit of HTML, I think it was, and CSS. I don't think it was PHP at least. But it's so long ago, I don't have any recollection of it. I do remember we made like small, you know, web pages as like a... just to get some experience with it, but you know, it was very, I should say it rough. I think rough covers it. PHP is just a server-side only JavaScript. No compile, 100% runtime code. If there's an error, it'll just break there, meaning it's incredibly unstable. Oh, so yeah, okay, I can see why that is. Because you only catch the errors while the code is running, I suppose. So if you don't run into a situation where you might break the code, you might not notice that it does do so. Right? Solves the issue back then, but today you can do pure JavaScript solutions with Angular. Sure. Something dark side, yes. That I've never heard of. Server side you can do Express, which I also don't know what is. .NET, which I've never worked with, I've only heard it. I know that it's like, oh, you're not gonna install these .NET redistributables, and I have no idea what they are. I just know that some games need them. Have 100 files and there's an error on file 49, then the other 51 files won't run. Well, I don't know about that, but it does sound like it just works if you know how to do it right. That's like the mentality more, right? So why should we learn something new if it works? And who teaches young people, as you say, or kind of imply, I guess? Well, that would be the older generation. Hold on a second. What does a lava fall sound like? Now that I think about it. What does a lava fall sound like? Definitely not like that. Is a would a lava fall be like? That's actually a really good question. Guess they don't need sounds specifically. I have no idea what they would sound like. With microservice mentalities, I have no idea what that means. Need small, quick release, single purpose services, self-repairing, and with test layer confirmation. Sure, or whatever that means. That's like all text speak that I don't really understand. It's like I know what a service is, like on a macro level, but I don't really know what it does, what it is. I know Peaky set up some services for his server recently. But as far as I see it, it's just the same thing as a process. It's just called something else, and it runs on different conditions and like in a different environment. Maybe, I don't know. This is my assumption. Serve one small, clearly defined purpose. Okay. Could you mention an example of what that would be, so we can learn something new? See, this is probably the reason why I would never be able to get a job within that kind of field, because I come in there and I like don't know all these technical terms for all this shit. I know how to write code and I know how to make code work. That's it. I don't give a rat's ass of what it's called. If it has like a certain extension to it and where it needs to be and it's called something else as a result, okay. It's all code to me. But it's one of the things when I'm looking at job applications that really scares me, like diverts me away, because it's like, you need to learn all these things and I don't even know what the words mean. Like, I know programming, that's not good enough? No? Okay, fine, then I'm just wasting my time anyways. That's at least my perspective on it. Okay. What if I say... So I can like show the attenuation sphere for these waterfalls is really, really far. Maybe I need to make like... Maybe it would make sense to make like 3 different attenuation sphere ranges. So like a short, a medium, and a large, or like, you know, short, medium, far, or however you want to put it. Because this might be a bit crazy, because it basically means that as soon as I am, you know, assuming that we're in bird's eye view, we're over here, we can technically already hear that waterfall. And then the closer we get, you know, the higher volume it is. However, that's where those attenuation profiles becomes important, because if I go in, and where are they again in positioning there? Oh, we look at this. This is like any other curve-based system, right? So you can like add more points in here and move them around, right? So if you wanted to have like a more like immediate effect, and then it drops slowly over time. So that way it's like, okay, if you're like, you need to be fairly close before it ramps up significantly, right? Which might be a good way. Like I remember him, I think, how do I remove this? Oh yeah, right, I can just delete that. I think he does something like this and says like, this is a bit more of a realistic profile for it, because it's supposed to drop off rapidly and then attenuate as it goes on. But that's something I have to like that's sound engineer stuff that I don't have any knowledge about, so I'd have to read up on it. Look, you need to be to learn how to make more concise explanations. Because especially with this new chat thing here, I can barely even, it doesn't even all fit all in one go. So what are you saying? If you have a website that shows a gallery of images, you ask it for the images using something something and something something, and it gives 2 images. That I don't know what that means. That could be a microservice that connected to a storage service, loaded the images, packed them, and gave them to you. That could be a microservice that connected to the storage services, loaded the images, packed them, and gave them to you. Okay. So that's what the service does. Handles the transition of files. And you could have several endpoints on that service. Something something style, which I don't need. But that service would only do something something for those images, nothing else. That's a microservice because it has a small simple thing to solve. And if you later need a different solution for images, you can either develop a new one and replace the old one, or you can extend and expand it. However, if for some reason that's impossible, you'll have to already isolate its responsibility by building it a separate service instead of building it into a macro structure, whatever that means, that needs to handle everything. Okay, so yeah, that's what I expected. Yeah, so all these technical terms, like, I don't know what they mean, and I don't think anyone else in chat would understand what that means, unless they happen to be a software developer within that field. I know what macro is big and micro is small. It's like but it's like a different way of explaining macro and micro, which makes a bit more sense to me, saying like macro is a more top-down approach where you're looking at from a wider perspective, and then micro is where you're focusing down on a smaller scale thing, right? And then applying that definition to everything. So an analogy would be like, for my game project, that you have a super unit which does a very specific thing in a flow graph that you can then reuse, for instance, because it has a very specific function. Like this, for instance, would literally just posts the event, right? And then it, based on a custom event, which is just what triggers it, it just does that action. So it doesn't have like a bunch of extra code lying in it that makes it confusing. And if I need it to do something else after it posts that event, I can add another functionality to that extension, right? But otherwise, this does that specific thing, which is just it posts the sound events for the buttons, which is just posting an event. So what you're saying is REST is just that you tell the website to do what to do, and then it just handles that, basically like an event system, right? By the sounds of it. I guess it could be in tech terms similar to like an interface, right? Well, I guess not really. Because an interface in tech speak is like, oh, not the UI based tech speech, but the programming one is where it's like, oh, this thing can like accept certain things, and then you just like access that, and then it does that accessing part in a generic way, so you can use it in multiple ways, or something like that. It's called REST because it's a listener at rest, or a resting server. So it doesn't execute stuff all the time, right? Well, I guess the waterfall should be working. Question is just if they're super loud or not. Only one way to find out, apparently. All right. Okay, so the waterfall sound seemed fine actually, but like I could hear they were there, but the lake is way too freaking loud. So in Wise we see that it's sort of hovering around negative 30 dB, right? And then it like jumps up and down, of course. Negative 30, right? And then we've got the lake, which according to Wise hovers around negative 45 to 42, and then it peaks up to like negative 39 and 36, right? But when I'm in here, I can barely even hear the lake, but in Unity it's the straight opposite, which is what makes this a little bit frustrating. I think I want to investigate that a little bit. I think that would be a good idea. The Wise large mode is louder in Unity or something like that. Soundcaster. I don't know what the Soundcaster is. I wonder if that's just the default. Oh, you might have an extra listener in your scene, which would cause a doubling in volume. Perhaps you're not destroying the camera from that. No, that shouldn't be it. Or perhaps an additional listener has been added by mistake. Huh? I did that already. It's not. Also, it wouldn't explain the phenomenon because it's... The lake is quieter than the waterfall in Wise, but then in Unity, it's the opposite. The waterfall is quieter than the lake. And I'm not tuning my speakers up and down. And if it's flipping which one is the louder one than the others, it's also not like a global audio setting. Yeah. I don't have to. So I've got my bootstrapper here, which is just a scene that contains all the things that carry over from scene to scene. And in there I've got my camera, which has a listener attached to it. And that's all there is. So it's not that. The only difference between the waterfall, for instance, and these lakes and the river is that these are being played in large mode. And I mean, it says use default listener here, so... The only thing I could think of is that it's related to this environment where... I mean, I can try and add one and see what happens. No, large mode is like a large area. So you add all these nodes to like as like a hierarchy that then defines the space, and then whilst your proximity to that space is within the attenuation that you've set up, it plays your sound. So that means if I travel within the space in between all these nodes, the volume stays the same, and it doesn't start attenuating until I leave that area. There's like it's like a bounding box, basically, right? I assume is what it does. But for some reason, it's just really fucking loud. But I don't remember, I don't know what environment it was, so I'll just try and add a rigid body and then look up what environment, like, looking it up after I try it out, eh? Doesn't that sound like a clever idea? But I'll look it up afterwards anyway. Let's just see if this does anything. Yeah, you can customize the attenuation according, like you can set up your own attenuation profile. But like, I don't know how clear it is for you, but the sounds from these ambience large mode things are like really pronounced. And you can hear the background music, right? And I technically need to like lower this even further. Yeah, it's a bit difficult because this is where it would be a thermal for you. So, you know, it's kind of what makes working on sound in this stream is a little bit difficult. because if I don't lower this to about 50%, it gets so hard to hear me. I could do some auto ducking so that it like resolves that problem. I haven't really done that though, because But the thing is, this is not what it sounds like in Wise. Also, the new attenuation sphere sounds weird. But yeah, that's like the really weird part about it. Because it's not that loud in Wise itself. They're not flat icons, they're tokens. They're like D&D tokens. Yeah, I really don't understand why this is like it is. And I didn't hear any like difference in making it environment aware, so not exactly sure what that does, and if I can help it, I would rather not have a rigid body on all these, just because it's one more thing that I'd have to set up everywhere. It's a fun idea. I actually I have another like hobby project that I did something silly too to add NPCs. I basically had like what's the word for it? The wooden frame that you use when you paint paintings. What are they called? Ateliers or something? Is that what they're called? I cannot remember. No. Fuck, what are they calling it? They have like a particular word. Because atelier is like the space they're in, isn't it? Painting easel or something? I have no recollection. It's like a funky word that you don't really use in your everyday environment, so... But anyways, I really want to figure this shit out. You mean this? Wise? No, this is Wise. This is the Wise project. Wise is a sound engine, just the same way that Unity is a game engine. So you gotta view it as you basically don't use Unity's built-in sound system at all. All the sound processing and logic happens in Wise, which allows you to do less code in Unity's space. It's just on a second monitor, it just switches automatically, so I'm not opening and closing it, but yeah, as a technical detail. Anyways, first, let's change this, because I did not like that. And here we have the attenuation. Yeah, I already did that earlier today. And again, it still doesn't explain the phenomenon. It's not that, because the music in Wise is as loud as it is in Unity. It's just the river sounds and lake sounds have to be basically inaudible in here in comparison, and I don't have any idea why that is. They have to be around those negative 30 something dB, otherwise it gets too loud in game. But I mean, in comparison, right? Let's take a UI button click is like -7 dB, which is significantly louder. But I mean, the music is also significantly louder, but earlier they were playing basically around the same level. It's almost as if it's twice as loud for some reason, and I don't understand why. I don't really know. Profile? What do you mean? You mean this thing? This is just the bus where they were played through. So it basically gets sent over here, right? So these are all the audio buses. I've got one for ambience, effects, harvesting music, but they are all just like not affected whatsoever. And then there's a master audio bus, which is just your, you know, general sound setting. I mean, the individual sounds have adjusted volumes, of course, because you adjust them accordingly. And this gets lowered on this stage, because if I play them in the music player, it's a bit too loud. So instead, so here's the thing, right? So in here, all the sounds, all the music tracks rather, they have been volume adjusted so that each track compared to the other tracks is about the same level, because that way in the hierarchy all the way out in the outermost layer, I can set a global volume adjustment for all the soundtracks so that they don't become too loud at the same time. So instead of having to adjust every single track, I only have to adjust this one place. So that's why that is. And that's also how you want to do this. But what gets passed on to the master bus is this volume level. Every time I press play, it plays another track, right? But that's because Wise's logic takes over. Yeah, that's also what I was thinking originally, but there's nothing here. This is just a virtual folder which don't do anything, like they can't do anything, adjust the sound levels whatsoever. So there's no parent to these ambient sounds that modify them further. They just get passed directly to the ambience, which then gets passed on to the master audio bus, and there's nowhere in between they get played. Also, just as a little side note, the waterfall is in here too, so if that were the case, the waterfall would also be significantly louder, but it's not. However, what is different is that waterfall here, they're being played as a multi-position mode and not as a large mode, which is not the same. No, that's not how it works. There's no volume adjustment in Unity in that sense. Other than maybe like a global sound. So it has something to do with the fact that these are being these other ones are being played in large mode. All these ambient large mode positioners are just like otherwise empty game objects. They only have that one thing, which is like a pre-built thing. Sure, it's different audio between playback mode? What do you mean? In Wise? It's different audio? What do you mean? I mean, they're different audio sounds, yeah. And these are playing the where is it? The Play River event, and the others are doing the Play Waterfall event, and this down here is doing the Play River event. Oh, sorry, no, that one is the Play River. The other one's doing the Play Lake event. This one. And it's not being triggered twice either. Like, you could technically do that by accident by having both of them triggered. But that's not the case either. The only thing I could think of is that the event is being triggered multiple times simultaneously, but that doesn't make any sense either. Yeah, no, these are just nodes that sort of tell the parent where that area is located. So it's not that either. I'm a little bit lost for words. So the curious thing though is that I can play the sounds outside of play mode, right? And here I can barely hear the waterfall. But if I do that for these, that would be water one, that would be this river. It's like completely inaudible. The position mode? I mean, that's what I literally just did by creating the waterfalls. That was what that all was about. They are a different positioning mode, but they're in the same... I think I understand what you mean though, like... Say if we, instead of playing the waterfall sound, did a... But I wouldn't be able to hear the difference because it would just get... It would either play at the same volume or something else. The attenuation sphere wouldn't have anything to do with it though, because the attenuation sphere goes from 1 to 0, like an interpolation. If it's larger, it just means that you go further away before it's inaudible, but when you're at the center, it plays at the same audio level. So why it wouldn't be the attenuation sphere? All you do for your attenuation sphere is set the distance, right? That's not true though. It depends on how the attenuation is set up linearly. And if I'm literally like face up against this waterfall, it's barely audible. So, and it's the same that if I'm standing right at the edge of this water, it will be equivalent to being face up in that waterfall for the attenuation. Because it's basically like, you know, the outermost edge and then the attenuation from there outwards, as far as I know. That's how it works. So, don't see that being the case either. It still doesn't explain why the volume is basically twice that. Because again, it shouldn't be the attenuation. Because it shouldn't even, like, there's no, like, it's more than twice as loud. So I don't quite understand what's causing it for that reason. Why does this, hold on. There's something weird about this one. Might as well fix that while I'm looking at it. The value gets interpolated from 1 to 0. So if the the distance is beyond your attenuation, then it doesn't scale further than that. And if you're at the very, very center, it's 1. So it's 1 multiplied by whatever range you have or something like that, right? And then somewhere in there you have the volume that also gets affected. But it's a profile. It's not like necessarily that simple. In my case, it is simple. It just goes from 0 to 200 in range, you know, or 20, sorry. I don't know how it gets interpolated internally. It doesn't really matter. The main point is that it would, when it's at the very 0, then it's its highest output volume, and then when it's at the end, it's at like negative 200 dB, which is inaudible. And they're all using the same attenuation profile, so it's not that either. They're all using the same profile. It can't go beyond 1, and it can't go further down than 0. Because then it would be the case for all the sound sources. Which is why it's so weird. The thing I was curious about though is this thing here. Why does that have an additional mesh collider down there? For some reason it has 2, and I have no idea why. Things are weird, and statements like "this can't happen" is used is usually the stuff that can't happen. All you're thinking? Yeah, I don't know. I don't want tutorial videos. I want like a discussion forum or something. What if we try and take you and say show? These are the attenuation spheres for the river, basically. These are the ones for the lake. And this is the one for the waterfall, so you can see they're all the same size. So why is it using the renderers as source? Huh? What do you mean? No, they're using the transform.position for the waterfall. And then using that as a proximity. like check basically. So it's like seeing, okay, how close are you to either of these waterfalls, and then according to the attenuation profile, it ramps up or down the volume, or the the volume. And for the large modes, it's the same, except it, as far as I understand, generates like a bounding box or like a bounding area, where anywhere outside of that area, that large area, your volume will attenuate in the same way. Whereas if you're somewhere in between those points, it's just at the highest point that it can go. Yeah, it's definitely the transform position. Because you post the event to a game object, and then the position of that game object is where the sound emits from. That's also why if you post an event to a disabled game object, it doesn't play, because there's no reference to it. Or there's a reference, but it just doesn't exist. Or it's not active, or how, like, you can't play an object, a sound on a disabled object. But these attenuation spheres is not the problem. Yeah, this is the one that I clicked on earlier, but that was the whole listener thing. But that would only be a problem. That can't be right. Okay, so this I just saw who answered this post. So I've got like a sound engineer who's a friend of mine, and that's his exact name. He's always the one that I ask about this shit. Maybe I should just ask him if he's encountered anything like that. Huh, what do you know? Small world. That'd be pretty funny if that was him. He is pretty savvy on this topic. Yeah, figures. Huh. It's difficult, mind point. Yeah. I'm not really finding any like is muy difficulty. Oh, I think that's Spanish. Die muy schwer. Current project. Simple 2D platform. The player presses the space bar. It fires a fireball from blah blah blah. AK sound engine post event. So it posts the event attached to it. No response to that one. No habla español. I mean, the only other thing I can try is, I guess, try and play it on start instead of awake. How is it with awake and game object? Does awake get called every time the game object gets enabled? Or is it the first time that it gets enabled? Stupid idea, reboot Unity. Yeah, that's the next step, I think. Though that would mean I would probably have to do that every time I make something like this, like a new sound. The thing is, you have to remember, Wise and Unity are two very separate things, right? They are connected together, so whenever I change sounds in Wise, sound settings, whatnot, I have to generate sound banks. So all the sound processing is happening outside of Unity. So it could be actually Wise I have to restart. Unenable every time it's enabled, but that's not awake. Oh, okay, yeah. First thing that's called first time the object is enabled in the flow. Yeah. That's what I figured. So it's before start. But we'll see. Because that's the only thing I can think of. It posts the event multiple times, so it's playing the sound source from those locations multiple times. Doesn't do anything. So this volume that you hear right now is the same water you can hear in here. What? Never use on destroy. Is that because it executes the code before it destroys the object, or because it tries to execute it, but if it's run on the actual object, it's destroyed before it... Oh, okay. Shoot. How do I... Let's see here. How do I don't. I can like stretch them out sideways. Yeah, let's try and run this profile a little bit more. The top one is how much CPU we're using, number of voices total. Why does that not go up? Is it because it's not connected, I wonder? Oh, it says right there. Okay, so how do I do this? I'm just doing this like touch and go a little bit. Connect to IP. Because you have situational overlap race conditions, so it's more safe to mark the object for destruction and use on disable detecting your mark and call the cleanup method. Okay. Or just do all the things you want to do before you destroy the object. And then just destroy the object. Jumps behind a wall waiting for the machine to explode. To a local remote game system. Want to simulate different sounds in game or want a profile? Yeah. Okay, let's just press play there. You don't have a direct reference. Have an object hierarchy with internal dependencies. And you'd like to clean those up on destroy, then you'd need an undestroy method to call the deconstruction flow. I don't know, I mean, or just tell the object itself to run the code that needs to be run on that object, and then when it's done running it, destroy it. I guess it's just a matter of how you code it, how everything's like dependent or independent of others. Like I have a bunch of game objects, like for instance the secondary resources. They can either destroy themselves or when interacting with them be destroyed, but they do a couple things before that, like generate the particle effects and such. I mean, at least with Bolt it's really easy to do, because the flow goes from A to B and the last step of that flow is just the destroy thing. And I don't really do anything in an update where at the end of that update it destroys the object or anything. Always make sure to like not do that. Right, but you can also I just run things as a coroutine and then I say wait, like do a wait for or wait while or something, and then I can do like particle lifespan or something is not equal to 0, and then once it's 0 then destroy, for instance. There are a multitude of ways how you can do that, right? And then I think the object itself has, since the object itself already has a reference to the particle thing effect that it generates, I can just use that reference for the instantiated game object that is a particle system to check that way during runtime. But technically that's also bad practice. Technically I should be reusing all the particle emitters, because I generate and destroy them so frequently that I should really be reusing them instead. They're saying the same as me. Yeah, but reading is hard. Context is hard. Connect to remote platform. A remote connection dialog opens with a list of game systems on the network that are currently running a version of the Wise sound engine. Okie dokie. It did? It did not. Unless it's because I have to run the game? I guess it's technically not running the Wise sound engine if it's not playing. Select the platform to which you want to connect. What if it's not doing that? What if it's not showing up? Yeah, reuse code. It's not reuse code though. This is reuse game object. It's not the same. It's not because you're reusing the code. Or is that just what you're referring to it being reuse code? Oh, okay, so it's reuse code. Okay, yeah, I gotcha. Yeah, it definitely saves time. It's easier to just do an undestroy and then just instantiate a new one. But I'm generating so many particle effects that it would be wise in the long term to somehow reuse them. Realistically, I should do that with a lot of things. I am actually doing it with some things, but like after I realized how difficult it was to actually make it work, I was happy that I didn't do that from the beginning. Now I'm also like having to go in and refactor it would be difficult. So I don't know. Is it because this is for like a build of the game? Is that why it's not showing up? Yeah, I got it. I did correct myself. I think it's Michael time. Because he does go in on how to do the profile. Doing a prototype, and you know this, then you build the structures that you can add that optimization later by enabling it and building an instantiator for it. Yeah, you can maybe say that with conventional code. I don't know if you really thought about that I'm not doing conventional code. It's all or nothing pretty much. Because if you get started on it, you might as well just do it the whole thing. There is no like set it up to be able to do it. It's like either you do it or you don't. At least that's been my experience. Because if you set it up, you might as well just do the whole thing because you're more than halfway there then. Now, which one was this? So it was one of the earlier ones. This was video 5? What's in number 4? Because I think pretty sure he like takes care of that profiling. Yes.
On this channel, I talk about digital media, game design, and spatial audio.
Attenuating, low pass, cone attenuation, sounding source orientation, emitter automation, profiling. There we go.
And that was, I think we also disabled the attenuation here, and we just want to have the emitter here. So the next thing I want to do now is I want to look into profiling. What do I mean by profiling? Profiling essentially is a technique that allows us to understand the what's going on with the voice engine, the audio engine. We can use that for different purposes. Sometimes we do something and voice is not really, or we kind of implement something and voice is not doing what we wanted to do. So for the debugging purposes, if we want to find out a bug in our system on the entire game, and we are once again in the designer layout, and what we want to do is we want to connect the voice audio engine with the Unity editor,
Yes.
so that the device can take that information from the Unity editor and interpret and analyze that in terms of all kinds of different things, you know, the events that are happening, the overall computational load that is putting on everything. So in order to do that, what we need to do is we need to connect VICE with the Unity game editor, and this is done by clicking on the connect button here. So if we say connect here, it's going to open up all connections that are available to me. Now the system is smart enough to understand that I'm currently having the Unity editor open on my laptop, so it's going to give me the option to connect that on my local platform. I can also do that over a network if I have a setup that's a little bit.
What? Okay, so it's just supposed to work out of the box like that, but it doesn't. Huh. Can I just say localhost? No. I can type in a specific IP address. Oh. Verify the following. Communication module is properly initialized in your game. Wise SDK documentation? Okay, what do you guys call this? Initialization communication sections. Okay. For in-game mixing, profiling, and troubleshooting, the next step is to initialize communications. It is strongly recommended to do so. In-game mixing, profiling, and troubleshooting are extremely powerful ways for the sound designer to work on the game audio in a more efficient way. Need to link with the communications central module. And how do I do that? I don't care for the source development kit. I just want to know how to make it work. Communication module is probably initialized in your game. Yeah. Time to jump through hoops to try and find this information, I guess. Nope, that just takes me to the same thing. Okay. Communications are available in debug and profile configurations of the sound engine only. They're needed in the retail version of your game, so they are not part of the release. Yeah, I know. Use the AK optimize symbol to leave communication specific code for the release build. Now initialize all the sound engine's modules. Should then register the plugin. The fuck? I just want to know how to... I shouldn't have to write code to do this.
More complex, but in our particular case, that's really all that we need. And so we're going to connect to that. The second thing I want to do is I want to switch to the profiler layout. And
so what do you do if it doesn't do that? If it doesn't show? The fuck? Can I execute call because Wise has an exclusive lock? What does it mean that Wise has an exclusive lock? Wise locked are caused by a modal window or task in Wise that cannot allow for WAPI clients to be processed concurrently. Case, for example, when a project is being loaded, user project preference window is open, or sound bank generation is in process. Eh? Eh? Okay. Could it be because I'm opening this window over here? Okay, so it was just because I had that menu open. So it was just because I was trying to connect the bloody thing. Just making sure that that was not the cause of this. But no, it does not show up in this list. And it should just show up automatically. Yeah. But it doesn't show my computer that both Wise and Unity are run from here. So it's not connected. I've never connected the profiler, so there wouldn't be anything in there. I wonder if it's a plugin I'm missing. Because I just went to connecting to local remote game system. And literally the first thing it says to connect, you gotta do this, right? Can click that button, and it should already like just doesn't mention that I need to do anything else, does it? I noticed, chat. I did see it. Okay, so you just selected, like, so you just typed in his local IP. I take it. Yeah, that's what I was also contemplating. I just don't remember what the local... how it's formulated again. Just give me a moment. Wise. 127. Isn't it 192? It's usually 192, 168. Something, 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 right? Because isn't it just the default gateway? Okay. Yeah, I'm not savvy on that. I know a little bit of networking stuff, but I've never heard the 127 thing. Oh, is that what localhost is? Yeah, because that was what I was originally trying, just typing in localhost, but you couldn't type in letters in the IP address field. It has to be the actual IP address. There we go. Wouldn't you know, that actually worked. Okay, let me just because I didn't want to fucking show some stupid like outbound IP, because I did like some C&D stuff. All right, but we've got a profile. Stop capturing. Let's try and run the game. Maybe that helps me debug this whole sound situation. Goes. Windows. As you can see, it spiked up. That's because the ambient sound started playing. So if I look in the profiler, it says that there's only 3 voices total, which doesn't necessarily make sense. Why is it only 3? Just love having you there. Just waiting for work to get their shit fixed. It's okay. That's not right though, there's 4. There's the music, there's the waterfall, there's the lake, and there's the river, so that makes 4, not 3. It also said there were only 3 active events, but each of these also have events to them. We can do. Here there's only 3. Up top. Oh, you mean up here? Yeah, I was wanting to also look at that, see what this is. Oh, yeah, okay. That's weird. Where's the, Huh? Oh, that's interesting. This is disabled. I wonder why that is. Let me just take a look at that first, just to... Because apparently that was disabled. Why though? I mean, it's enabled in here, so... I also don't know why this AK game object is disabled. Yeah, that's true. But I mean, this AK ambient was straight up just disabled. And I cannot re-enable the AK game object, which it needs both of these in order to play the sound. So what? What the actual flying fnuck? If I go into the... Huh. Don't do that, thank you very much. What? But I already changed all these prefabs. What the fuck? Do not be environment aware. What is wrong with these? What? I'm pretty sure I can just do like this. I don't need to specifically open them, right? If I open you now, you're gonna be... have an outline. I think it's because I'm not changing them in the actual, like, thing here and saving the prefab maybe, but that shouldn't be a problem. It could be something due to how Wise works. Because these are like Wise's own like pre-made components. But yeah, why are those AK game objects disabled? That is so weird. What happens if I do re-import on these? Oh, that's so fucking weird. Unless I didn't change this one. And this one. Had so many issues with them. And usually I don't, if I'm perfectly honest. This is a bit of a weird one. Okay, it seems like they are all no longer environment aware. Not exactly sure what's up with the whole AK game object being in huh? Sorry, what? Unity? Oi. What the fuck? I can enable it in here now, but not. I have a feeling that these pre-made components have some weird fucky-wucky stuff going on. Could be due to the fact of how I added them, where I copied the components over, and I might have like done some, might not have maybe I shouldn't have done that. Yeah, I know. I don't know what the repercussions of that is. I have been wanting to take a look at it. But since it's like the plugins, I assume it's got something to do with how the whole thing is like installed, or however you want to put it. And I've just not been wanting to deal with it. But I am aware of that. But maybe that's something I should fix. The thing is, I don't know how to fix it. So it's because we have assets, wise, deployment, plugins, Windows, profile, aka Sound Engine DL, and then we also have it in wise API, runtime, plugins, Windows, blah blah blah. Means one or more plugins are set to be compatible with editor. Only one plugin at the time can be used by the editor. Yeah, but it also says that only one can do the same thing at the same time, so I don't know what that actually implies. However, I have no idea how plugins work in stuff in relation to Wise, so... Where was it? Assets? Wise, so... I guess we can try and take a look at it. And actually, let me show that in the Explorer. You do, okay. So if I delete one of them, will it break things and like that I have no idea about? Are there like references to these plugins, or do they work selected in Unity? Why? Yeah, the thing is, if I delete it from Unity, then they're like gone, which I want is why I want it to do it the opposite way. So we've got Wise down here, and they say that it's API, and then it was, I think, editor, right? Wise API runtime plugins. Mixed with a newspaper, don't delete. Okay, okay. So what do you want me to do? Yeah, I know, but... And then it was... 64-bit. Then profile, right? And which one was it? It was a DLL, okay. Which I guess is this one? So what do you want me to do? Check inspector, disable editor, apply. Okay. Fingers crossed. Without deleting it, right? As long as I don't have to ever think about it, touch it, or do anything to it ever again, and it doesn't cause problems. Yeah, so that's what I was worried about. I have no idea how to figure out if it's the right one. How to figure out which one is the right one, though. Because, I mean, I still cannot re-enable this one from within prefab mode. Or view, or whatever you call it. But in here, in the actual project files, they are all still enabled, so... So I may get an error, okay. So far, no errors, though. But since it's in editor stuff, it might require like a restart if it's fucked up something in the editor somehow. Is my guess, at least. Done so much assembly, definition, and DLL mapping these last 12 months. Ah, so you're an expert. Also, I need to make sure not to have the level loaded when the game starts. Though that doesn't seem to have caused any changes, though. Uh-oh. Still throws the error at me, by the way. Yeah. Still tells me that they exist. I mean, of course. The only one plugging at the time can be used in the editor, and then it says AKY's initialization settings, terminate sound engine. Sure, do all the reading. Unknown game object ID. Okay. God damn. But I'm not on a Mac though, I'm on a PC. Yeah, so it'll probably activate the right one. It's also kind of what it seemed to be the case because I hadn't been running into any particular issues, but I guess now I know. I assume it's the same deal with I mean, it's still enabled, by the way. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I wonder if that's like a safety thing it has. It like re-enables it whenever you press play. I did. Once a native plugin is loaded from script, it's never unloaded. If you deselect the native plugin and it's already loaded, please restart Unity. I might have to restart Unity, maybe? Should we just give it a go? Yeah? What do you mean I was right? We're not gonna break it. I mean, if it automatically re-enables itself. Oh, right. Yeah. I mean, I should already have done that, so maybe the sound just fixes itself now, who knows? Don't you keep your program under version control? What? Program, what do you mean? You mean my game project? I mean, the game project, yes, I use version control. Why? Yeah. Not Unity itself. Yes, I do. Why? Yeah, I'm not like, I'm not gonna risk that kind of loss. I would be fucking devastated. Oh, in that sense. Can't break it? Yeah. Actually, you should have been here when I last Tuesday when I started doing these development streams. Within like an hour, I managed to completely break my game. And I think it was semi-bolt related because I had made a script and made a typo, so I had misspelled game object and just compiled the script anyway, or tried to, and then I went to build the unit options for Bolt before I realized, and Unity just locked up. Like completely locked up. It didn't just not respond. Every time you would click on it, would make the Windows sound that you get when you're trying to interact with something that you're not allowed to. So I couldn't stop it from doing whatever it was doing. The only thing I could do was end process. When I booted Unity, everything was broken. Like I had like my all my assigned variables to my idle clicker here, for instance, those were gone. Like they were just unassigned, and a lot of my bolt flow macros were broken in that some of the logic had reverted their values back to default. So for instance, in places where I would set a bool to be true, which the default for that node or whatever is to be false, yeah, they were all set to false, just as an example. It was fucking terrifying. Git is best safety, you know, that feeling is called working with WordPress. Yeah. Interesting. So where was the other one? It was deployment plugins. What? Wise? Assets Wise deployment plugins. Oh, right here. Deployment plugins, Windows 64, right? I assume so. Don't see why not. Yes, and then again, profile. That was like meta file corruption. I don't know. I was like, so when I had to get started back into the project, I think I had to reinstall Wise into the, like, reintegrate Wise because it wasn't, I don't think it was like working or something. So this is possible that something there, like old Wise files, were still roaming around or something. Because I've got a plugin for Mac and for Windows. Mac version if I'm not working on a Mac. Right, but it's not, it's complaining about both the Windows DLLs, not the Mac one. The Mac one doesn't even talk about that whatsoever. So that doesn't mean that it's not necessarily like that doesn't mean that it couldn't be the Mac thing also still. My guess is it's just because it's got the DLLs twice there. The question is, what if it like just looks for the name of these, which is the same, the AK Sound Engine DLL? Yep. But it's not re-enabled, which it did before. Right? See? It did re-enable itself before just doing this. So let's see. I did not forget to press apply. I can look it back in the VOD. I did not forget to press apply. I at least remember very distinctively that I did press apply because you told me to. Not that I know, but still. You told me to, so I'm pretty sure that I did. See? So I think if you think about it, I mean, this is in something called deployment, right? So deployment, I assume, is if you're like putting it outside maybe of the Unity space, and the other one is like, I don't know. I mean, no. I would take pre-existing knowledge into account, just like in this case, because I know it's a very common thing to forget to press apply, because I've caught myself doing that. But common knowledge also dictates, don't jump off a bridge, you dumbass. Yeah, build DLL and the others in editor. That's also what I was thinking. Maybe that's so that if you build the game, you can still run things like the profiler, right? Boring. Oh yeah, common logics is boring. Just jump out from a bridge, I guess. I mean, you could do it if you're a thrill seeker and there's actually like water underneath. However, back on track, because there's still that problem, of course. Oh yeah, first things first, let me just see if the waterfall prefab are actually still doing that weird shenanigans. Motherfuckers. Well, again, these are not the prefabs. Let's see here. So in the prefabs, they're enabled. Okay, so it's just the override on those that are currently in the scene. It's kind of like expected, I suppose. What if I open them up in here? In here, they're still disabled. That is so weird. That is kind of weird. Any more bridge jumping? What's a good way to mess around with this? So what if we say create empty Then we add the AK ambient. Disable you. I don't know, let's just do the ambient birds thing. This is just my test object, right? And then we say do the large mode. Oh yeah, and we have to set you to static, of course, like the others are. And then we can add just two free. I guess you would need at least 3 of these, otherwise it's a bit difficult to make an area, I suppose. Huh. Okay, so that just seems to be a normal thing. It's just when you open them in prefab mode or view or whatever, it's just consistently disabled, I guess. That is so weird. But then when I look at it in the project inspector, it's enabled again. Huh. Yeah, my guess is that it's got something to do with how Wise does the editor stuff. Okay. Got it. Yeah, and right now I can't enable the AK game object on these. Yeah, let's try and see if they are. I mean, we get the sound playing at the right positions and all that. It's just the volume that's weird. And normally what Wise does is if you add an object that doesn't have an AK thingy, then it adds one as soon as you post an event to it. No, they're completely disabled. Like even the ambient thing is disabled, the component. Yeah, and I can't even hear it. Oh. It would be kind of shitty if you can't add this stuff to your prefabs. But I mean, shouldn't be. Can I? Aha, I can, but then it doesn't reset it to the prefab version of that. But if I reset it, it allows me to, like, it automatically, it enables it. Right, but it refers to the game object. As far as I know. You post events to a game object. And the game object is the waterfall itself, so if that were disabled, it wouldn't even be there. Huh, that's... I don't know if you just saw that. So if I Dude, that is so fucked. So if I disable and re-enable the waterfall, it resets the state of this component. What the actual flying fuck? Yeah, I wonder what that means. System collections.generic. Isn't that like default Unity stuff? Like for something so? So it probably disables on error, yeah. That is so fucking weird. I don't know what that is. But this is kind of weird though. Something's trying to get something from a dictionary where the dictionary doesn't have the necessary data, so it fails. Okay, well, but that's all well and good, but it doesn't seem... might not be related to this, I guess. Nope, it's... that's another error though. So this is a different error. This is the game object ID thing I saw earlier. And that just happens whenever I disable and enable this one. The fuck? Oh, it happens when I enable disable both of them now. Okay, what? Yeah, I think it's related. So what if we... so which one is this? This is waterfall 2. Waterfall 02. There's like something weird with these waterfalls. Yeah, so I just added a new prefab and that one's also disabled. Huh. Okay. That is like such a weird quirk. Okay, let's try and do the sensible approach and remove the components from the prefab so that we're back to a state where they don't have one. Because maybe it's got something to do with the order in which I did things. Because I first added the component to the the instantiated prefab. And just to test it out, and then I just wanted to apply those changes to the prefab. So it's possible that I just did it the wrong way around. And did it in an order that clashes with how Wise automatically adds an AK game object if you add an AK ambient. Have an AK initialize a game object? Give me a moment. I think I know what you're talking about. Regardless though, I think I should probably try and do this because they act weird on that whole enable disable thing. Oh, I wonder if that could be... I have a theory, but anyways. So... you're talking about the AK initializer, right? And I've got that in my bootstrapper. Same with my sound banks. Should probably change the name of that. Open that script? Sure. Did Audio Kinetic do some fucky wucky stuff? Is that what you're implying? I was thinking though, because you're right, the events, the sound stuff is like, saw something, it's a hunch. Well, I was also thinking like, this technically does not exist when you're opening the prefab, right? So in theory, it's in an environment where it doesn't have access to an initializer, I think, in the prefab thing. So I'm wondering if that's also could be the cause. Awake start, so there's a wake for you at least. Apparently that doesn't exist. Apparently that just doesn't exist. In here at least. I mean, this is already the end of the script, so. Oh, you're wondering if it like adds, I mean, that add component AK audio listener. So there's something in Wise which I've disabled, which is that it will automatically add an AK initializer to a scene if none is present. But I've disabled that. Did you check when it was from though? Gonna make sure that you check when the source is. He's from. But yeah, I do wonder if it's, because if I open, this is number 3, let's open number 2. So what happens if I add the AK ambient from in here? So here it's enabled now, right? This year, okay. Well, considering I did sort of update Wise fairly recently, it might have been fixed. I don't know. Ambience. That's also something that's really weird about this. If all these are closed when you first open it up and you want to expand one thing, it expands everything else apart from the thing you want to expand. But anyways, waterfall. And we want you to be in multi-position mode. And that should be all. Oh, and start awake doesn't really matter. Let's go out and take a look at that one. So that is number 2 here. Got the AK game object enabled. Coolly. What if we open it up? Then it's immediately disabled. What the fuck? Now we also start getting those errors again. Am I just not allowed to add this kind of stuff to a prefab? Is that like a legitimate thing? I mean, that would be kind of weird though, wouldn't it? But in theory, in here, like in this hierarchy, like when you're in prefab mode, right, it only has the waterfall. And there is no initializer in here. So I wonder if that's just like an AK, like an autokinetic wise oversight that they didn't take into account that the Unity has a prefab editor where maybe that initializer doesn't exist. And if they've got code that automatically disables the AK game object if that is not present, and you're not allowing it to create one dynamically, then I don't know. But that's just like pure guessing. What I can say, it's really weird. It's likely because I disabled the creation. Maybe. I mean, that's why it doesn't generate one, but I don't want it to generate one in prefab mode. Because then when you save the prefab, you have an AK initializer on all your prefabs, and you don't want that. Am I right? And open the script and search for exception or this.enabled false. You mean the AK initializer script? No, the AK game object. Oh, okay. Right, yeah. Oh, piss off. There. That's probably the fastest way. Mm-hmm. Set a breakpoint on line 155. What do you mean set a breakpoint? Like comment it out? I don't know what that means. Yes. Yeah. right click does nothing when I click on 155. Also, I wasn't on line 155, I guess. Hard to explain. It's very simple, but hard to explain. Yeah. There it is. Oh, you could just have told me to double click out to the left of 155 outside. That does the same thing. I assume that's what you were trying to get me to do, but I was just not clicking the right place. Up top attached to Unity? Up top? What do you mean up top? In the middle of the top menu? Oh my god. Green play button? Oh, there. Okay, that's not up top. That is not up top. That's below the... how was it that even called? Toolbar? And click it. Yes. I've never touched this kind of stuff, by the way. I don't know if you can tell. Try and cause it to disable. So how do we do that again? We just enable and disable a game object? Yeah, I know. I've seen it been done before, but I have no idea how to work it. I double clicked it and then tried to open it in the preview mode. And now the code execution stops there, yeah. I mean, yes. Mouse over on is static object. If not is static object is true. So is it saying that it's not a static object? But it is. It's claiming that it's not a static object, right? It inverses. Not is static object, right? Not is static object is false, so is static object is true, right? Because it's not. God, that's not confusing at all. Yeah, it's the exclamation mark because that means not. It's built to disable if the object is static. So maybe try to disable static. How do I... Do I have to like... Stop debugging, that's the one. Huh. Interesting. Hmm. Yeah. But for multi-position mode, it needs to be static. It wasn't set to that though, because I was messing around. Question is, these are in multi-position mode now, but the AK game object is not enabled. So it's like still disabled now. No, it should. You can't remove this because it tells you it depends on it. It always needs the AK game object as far as I know. The AK ambient is just like, I don't know what it is. Anyways, I wanted to try and reopen this. The object of type AK ambient has been destroyed, but you're still trying to access it. Should either check if it's null or you should not destroy the object. What? You what, Unity? So I don't think it needs to be, so I just need to ignore that it's disabled. Possibly. So it just requires the component to be there because default wise logic or whatever, but then it might not actually need it to be enabled because it's not using it under those conditions. I mean, it's possible that the sound is just so quiet now that I don't hear it for some reason. It's just really confusing when you're not sure on how it works. And the fact that it spits out these errors. Yeah, that's true. New is good. I mean, for reference, it weren't even the waterfalls that were originally a problem. The only thing that sets these guys apart is that they're using multi-position mode instead of simple mode. I mean, it has a transform. So what did it say? Missing reference exception? The object of type AK ambient has been destroyed, but we're still trying to access it. Check the two other references. What do you mean? Large mode positions. I think this is the yeah, this sounds, because it draws a gizmo, so that's like the attenuation sphere by the sounds of it. I mean, the AK ambient, I suppose, is this component on here. It's like when I disable it, yeah, that disappears. Oddly enough, though, it complains when it gets re-enabled too. It's on the object itself. It's happening both on disable and on enable. On disable. I don't fucking know, dude. All that I'm doing is hanging on, yes. Oh, I don't know. I mean, if it works, then I don't really want to mess with this. Hmm. No. Interesting. So I tried to use the in-editor play, but it says make sure the game object is registered before using it and do not unknown game object ID again. Config issue? Maybe. And this makes sense why it mentions two game objects. Because there are two waterfalls and they're working together to play the sound effect. Delete the sound bank and regenerate it from the beginning. Okay. Yeah, I remember there being like some things with Ys in the sound banks. Where does it generate them again? It's not just in something called sound banks. Is it in resources? Or is it like a Ys thing? Streaming assets. That would be the other one. So if I delete that folder and we regenerate all the sound banks. This might take a while. Nope, that happened immediately. Just make sure, okay. Definitely is back. I'm a little bit worried that that happened so fast though. Normally it takes longer to generate sound banks. I mean, the error is still there. Where's the button for that again? See, this is taking significantly longer. Interestingly. Integrity issue found. Originals? That's the original sound effects. What does that mean? Fast fade duration is too long and cannot be fully honored. Oh, okay. This definitely takes way longer. I'm gonna go and take a quick toilet break. Yeah, I guess this is just had to become one of those days. 1 messages, 2 warnings, 0 errors, 0 fatal errors. Well, alright. Also, I now know that I'm using 74 out of my 200 permitted, so I'm fairly certain that I can probably make this entire project on the free license. So River Rapids, pay attention, River Rapids and Antonio, okay. Those were like the sounds that I've been working on here. You. There's not that one. Antonio, River Rapids. Ah. Let me fix that real quick, I guess. Yeah. But before I forget, I might as well fix this. There we go. Trying to see here. Yeah. Ah, okay, that is why. This is like the full size of them. So I didn't notice that they would like... So if I move one over to the side, notice how the other one scales? So because I didn't have both of them close enough to the middle. Might as well fix it while I'm working on this. Might have to make the clip longer at some other point. And then it was this one, which is also coincidentally used for the waterfall. So if I move this, it's going to scale up on the left side, just a smidge. There we go. Does technically mean I need to rebuild the sound banks though. That's interesting. It's also taking longer now in here, so I wonder what that was all about. Right. So we triggered the error by opening Wow, it really did not like that. You want me to send you this error? Sure. My guess is that it's well, I'm wondering if it's one of those things where it's like technically disabling the AK ambient before the rest of the game object, but that doesn't make any sense. It could also be like a listener versus the things that plays the sound. I don't know. I mean, obviously I don't know, but it does also complain when I re-enable this game object here. Also when I enable and disable the AK ambient. Only the AK ambient in the game object though. But touch any of the other components, it doesn't care. So it's like as soon as I disable the game object, it detects it as the AK ambient is just not there. Also the play event doesn't work. There you go. Oh shit. Okay, it's well, at least you're loading a little bit of Y stuff too. Send the position type to large mode and do it again. Sure. Doesn't do anything. But large mode not equal to the bug in their code. Okay, is that what you find? Does it break the multi-position mode or is it just an error? Back to Visual Studio and read their undisable function. Yes. Post destroy. So likely data is null. What's that got to do with when I disable and enable the game object? Hmm. Hmm. Mouse over data? You mean this data? Doesn't that just... Is that the continue thing? So I guess data is like play waterfall underscore 1.id, so the idea for that thing. I mean, that's the same as before. Set multiple positions. Nice. Why did that minimize? Is that because the console spewed out the error, I guess? You do want me to like start the whole thing from the beginning though, right? Oh, okay. It was 123. Yeah. Position array equals null. But obviously it's supposed to be set to something here. This fits, okay. Position list count 2. I mean, assuming that it's the 2 waterfalls, it has 2 positions. That makes sense. Track the null reference. Okay. Uh-huh. So here it's like already missing. So what is the event position list? My guess is that it's a list containing the positions from which the sound events are being played at, aka the transformed at positions belonging to the two waterfalls in this case, given that its count goes up to 2, so that... Yes. No, it would be the position from where the events are being played at least. Unless specifically... See, it says count 2. So it's got null and it's got waterfall 2, which has AK ambient. Oh. Yeah. I'm wondering... So there's waterfall 2 and there's waterfall 2. They're both called the same thing. Where are they in the hierarchy? Different scene, okay. Oh right, because I re-added that one. Give these two like unique names and try and go through that again. Yeah, I know. Was this the place? This was where we got to, right? Just because I'm curious to see what it says is in here. Huh. The waterfall 2 AK ambient is the... It's currently been enabled. But yeah, it doesn't show up in this list. So I guess they're transform positions, right? So for every event position in list that counts for how many it is, it iterates over the thing. Then it adds each item's transform dot position. Multiplus event parameter. That would be up. This one? No. Is it this one or there? That one? Because that's a parameter, right? The class. Wait. Wait, I'm trying to think. Hold on, I just need to double check something. It is looping. Okay, just making sure. Find the list variable. So that was, I mean, this is all we have. List AK ambient. We just call list. So list containing AK ambient things, which makes sense. You're collecting all the AK ambients that belong, like components belonging to all the things that have the same setting, I guess. And not really sure what I'm looking for and what I'm looking at. Has all the lines. AK multi-position event, so that's the one that we're looking at. If it contains this, there's like an add thing here. But if we're losing it, then that would imply that it's being removed. So if it doesn't contain this, then add it. Otherwise, add a new event and then add this. Blah, blah, blah. This is where the data.id is added as well. I guess if the data.id is corrupted for some reason, it would sort of stumble into an issue here where it's trying to add something with a variable that is null, I guess, and then it would fail to add it. Should not fail. Cannot be null. What function is this? That is AK ambient AK event. As a class. Say on enable. Ah, there it is. Right. Where it gets it from, seems like it just defines it here. It creates the event position list. Line 64. Why does it say AK ambient large mode positioner? From the last time it entered this. Oh, right. Positioner, I guess. Yeah. Multi-position type, multi-source. So that's like just some of this. Ah, okay, that's the large mode positions. Yeah. So this is the multi-position type that's set for multi-sources. Open the base. Oh dear God. Why is this? Oh yeah, play waterfall 1 is the sound event, right? Sound emitter object is equal to null. Configuring the multi-position mode wrong? Are you saying that it's just like an error 40? As far as I remember, he doesn't do really that many things with it. So unless it could be like a wise configuration thing. And it would not be this video. It would be like 4 or 5, right? Wasn't that where he was talking about these? Pause random containers, position type, state, scheme parameters, and blend. Maybe it's number 6 then. Reverb zones. I've already forgotten which one it was. I think it's position types. Yeah.
The big one here in the back here. This one. This big one here. This box 200 by 250 prefab, and let's also add the same sound here, the Play Digital Horror sound. And it's also going to ask me to add a rigid body. Let's do that as well. And I'm going to leave everything else the exact same way. Now, because we're using the same sounds, the same sound events, these sounds are going to play with the same attenuation sphere. So if I enable this attenuation sphere for all events, I can see the individual attenuations for all the different events that I'm having. And so all of them have some attenuation going on, but they're all playing simultaneously and they're all playing the same sound essentially. So let me go back into the game, and let's
they're currently in simple mode.
How that sounds.
Right.
So
it's like it sounds fine, but there's like some optimization reasons for why you don't want to do it that way.
This cube or this box really is invise. Let's go into the profiler layout. I'm already in the profiler layout, and let's connect to the Unity editor so that we can that we can essentially see the profiling going on.
Yeah, so here he's just like showing like,
and then let's go back
why you want to do it in multi-position mode, so it plays the event once. If I skip 5 minutes, I skip the whole thing, then I swap into large mode. That's not what we're doing.
Fourth cube, there's going to be some additional sounds going on. So let me stop that again, and let's see what the
this is multi-position mode.
What the profiler essentially is telling me here essentially was where the way the sort of the mode according to which this is played. So let me go back into Unity, and let's choose one of those. And I'm already in this box, in this big one. So let me go down here, and here you see above show attenuation via the position type, and the position type is currently set.
I'm noticing his AK game object is also disabled, by the way.
Today, the third mode is the one that is interesting to us, which is called multi-position mode. What multi-position mode essentially means is that that sound is located in multiple positions, but is only playing as one sound. So if we switch all the position types of all the same sound sources to that multi-position mode, we should have only one sound playing, and depending on where my location is, the essentially audio kinetic device will play me that sound according to that particular position. So let's switch that to multi-position mode. There's one thing we need to make sure if we have multi-position mode, that only works if the object is stationary, so it cannot be on a moving object, because obviously audio kinetic device needs to be constantly aware of where exactly that position is.
We've already been through this earlier today, but I'm just making sure.
Make sure that static is enabled here, and let's do the same thing for the other two. We have at number 17. Let's change that to multi-position mode.
So you can see all he's doing is literally telling them to be in static and change it to multi-position mode, and they're just playing the same event. Okay,
let me
that's like,
and let's play that.
Why is it's kind of built to be fairly failure proof. So
I'm still hearing the same.
That's literally all you do.
However, there's something different now, and let me go back into.
Give me a sec here.
Let me save that.
Because though he doesn't have his console open, we can see if it generates some kind of error down there, and I did see some red text. Unknown gain object ID. Make sure the game object is registered before you. So he's actually encountering, he actually has the same error running in his console. The issue is not that it doesn't work, it's just that I'm making sure that that error doesn't have any unknown repercussions, and it's not because doesn't seem like it matters, to be honest. Yeah, same error. So, and just for reference, this video was uploaded last year in July, so it's like a little bit around a year old almost, right? A little less than that. So it tells me that that is not a problem to worry about. Wise? Why is... What's going on over here? Why is this stopped? Oh, because I like that at some other point. Got it. So I think it's just because this is too quiet. I mean, let's try and set it up to something like this. That error there, missing reference exception, could cause your build to break. Maybe, and maybe not, right? Because if it happens, even if the scene is already loaded preemptively, right? Not when the scene is loaded, then yeah. So just keep that name, I guess. It doesn't matter what it's called. Because of course I'm unloading the scene and it's gonna pump out the error. No reference exceptions are def. They can be, yes. Unless it's like an editor specific null reference exception, then it doesn't matter when you're building the game. It just means there's something that at that time of your interaction that breaks. If it's not handled correctly, I guess. But if the game object is enabled/disabled and it stops executing that code entirely anyway, then I don't know. Interestingly, it didn't happen when I'm in play mode. Did you notice that? It's an editor only thing, and specifically like non-play mode. Also the audio level for the waterfall is more on point now. So the only annoying part is still the river and the lake, though. Yeah, I mean, it's not really because I expected it to lead anywhere that it would fix anything, but it's more the realization of, okay, nothing particularly is necessarily broken, right? The easy approach would just have been to see if he would have encountered that error immediately, as as is, but I didn't consider that you could see the error down here. I thought you needed to have the console open always, right? I didn't consider that we could actually see if it would trigger the error, even with the console closed. And I just didn't think about doing that to begin with. That being said, though, it doesn't really resolve the actual issue that I was trying to figure out, which is the whole lake and river sounds being multiple times as loud in Unity as they are in here. I have a feeling a lot of this is old logs stuff. I don't know how clear. Yeah, because clearly it is. I mean, that's the thing about Wise, though, that's supposed to make it easy to use, is that a lot of it is just like plug and play kind of like mentality, right? Also, I don't know why it didn't trigger right now for some reason after having pressed play. That's odd. Could it be? No. Oh, interesting. Kind of weird why it didn't trigger now, though. But maybe pressing play does something. Because if it could also be something related to the connection between Wise and Unity, right? Also, can you hear? You can hear that, right? That was actually, now I remember, that was the original problem. I couldn't use the planned stuff here. So it's possible that it's just because Wise was disconnected from Unity and pressing play reconnected it. I don't know. But I mean, it's been saying connected in here all the time, so yeah, possibly. There's like some other error that got it stuck, and then pressing play here didn't do anything. Yeah, it could be a myriad of things, but apparently pressing play auto-resolved that issue entirely, so that's interesting to know. Also for the future, right? I'd rather know how to purposefully trigger issues and purposefully resolving them through, weird ass solutions than not being able to know what triggers it. So yeah. Don't question it. Your code works and you don't know why. That being said, though, what the fuck is up with the water sounds? That is the thing still. They're down here. And that's the thing, right? Oh, that's interesting. This is something I can currently I could probably see it in the profiler maybe, but Notice desktop audio, right? Yeah. Can you see that only one bar is lighting up? Do you know what that means? It means it's playing in fucking mono for some reason right now. What? Like the actual sound source from Unity, which is like this press and play thing, is playing in mono. So if it's supposed to be stereo, then the majority of the sound file might just not be playing. Check AK listener. What do you mean check AK listener? Where? Like the game object? Oh, listener. Oh. No. I don't think so. It doesn't even have a setting, is it? Nope. That's not a thing. Also, if it was set to mono there, and that's not what's also that's one thing, one key distinction right now also to consider. It's playing from the perspective of the editor camera right now, not the main cam. When you're doing it this way, by the way. So it's not this exactly the same. I don't even know if it'll show up if I do like this. Oh, it definitely shows up. Very simply the event. I mean, it's being played, but... And I can also see that it's being adjusted for negative 10 dB over here, which is what I want it to do. But I can also see here that it's being played in mono. See that? Left is negative infinity. So it's only playing the right-hand side for some reason in the inspector. Curious. Very curious. Hmm. Hmm. Infinite peaking. Yeah, I'm having the opposite. Although when I have multiple of these objects together, the volume gets louder and louder. Or actually, we haven't tested that now that I think about it. Being set to none. 3D specialization. Let me just double check this. Also, when was this post from? I mean, this is Unity Integration 2018. Still. 3D specialization is set to position, so as I know, that's what it's supposed to be. Yeah, I believe so. I mean, I don't see why not. We can try. Let me just make sure to set this up right. It's a bit harder to test. A bit harder to test though because there's music playing as well. We'll try. But it could be that it's playing in mono, but it's like playing the sound amplified 7 times however many things. Because now that's muted. Now the only thing I can hear is the river. So by the sound looks of it, it's like true, but that would be a weird one because you're only capable of playing one sound at a time. Also, no, that can't be the case because I'm pretty sure I've tested it with other things and it sounds fine. It's specifically for this. So, I don't see why it would be an optimization thing because it would make it relatively useless. But yeah, so by the looks of it, it's like, okay, you've got one game object, right? Which is River 1. It should be on here. Right? Or... okay, yeah, it's Water 1 sound. So it only has like this one game object, and these are just the defining attributes for like where, how to play the sound. So it's not, doesn't seem like it's posting the event multiple times, otherwise you'd have more blocks down here, so that's not the case. That is kinda odd. Not sure what to make of that. Here says left is -23 about. Right is about -1917. So 1917 stuff. If we just go back into Designer and it's this sound. I mean, I can tell from that it's definitely playing the sound much like it, even in Wise. It's like all the way up here, right? There's definitely something that makes it louder in Unity for some reason. Because I should be able to set it to like, you know, around here. Or some sort, right? This is kind of the audio level I wanted at. It was -25-ish dB. And then it should play the same fucking audio level when it's in Unity, but for some reason it doesn't. And it's so far only those large mode setups that are doing that. is so weird. And again, in here, the sounds are barely audible. Again, in the editor, right? So that's another oddity for this. So it both, for some reason, plays it in mono and then the other thing. I mean, we can take this waterfall, right? And go to the profiler. That's weird. Why is it so loud now? The fuck? What if we enable the profiler first and then press the play event? Huh. It doesn't seem like it knows. It might be a limitation of the inspector view, like the scene view maybe? Because notice how it's playing the sound from this source over here, like the actual game object, not in the field mode, the large mode. It's possible that it can't play it properly outside of play. And yeah, this one is just barely even, like, it's registering in here, but it's like so quiet outside of play mode, that is, that, huh. So outside of play mode, it's playing the sounds correctly by the looks of things. But then in the process of it playing it from the large area, it's somehow amplifying the sound volumes. That's what it seems like, at least. Yeah, I have no idea what that is all about. And this is something I would like to address before I go in and add all the sounds to all the levels also in the future, because it makes it impossible to work with the mixing part of Wise. It literally it borderline makes it useless, because I can't just hear the volume in Wise, mix it there, and then, you know, it'll be the same in Unity. This was from like 2017, I think. Yeah. Is this even Wise? Doesn't seem like it. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna have to call it for today and then take a look at it tomorrow, because I'm not getting anywhere. I also need to stop so that I can go and do some grocery shopping before it gets too dark outside. I hate grocery shopping in the darkness. Just close all that down. Who knows? Maybe I can ask my friend about it. Maybe he has an answer. Maybe it's something he's encountered. All right. Oop. You're also tired. Yeah. Well, good thing that I'm making good use of your brain power. Wasting your time helping me debug something script-wise. That's why I hate looking into things like that, because I always think, okay, if you have to look into someone else's supposed to be working out of the box code or whatever framework you're using, then you know you've gone too far. So, especially like when you go into that level of debugging, I'm like, nope, fuck this. This seems like you're overcomplicating it. But that's probably because I'm used to not working with that complex code to begin with. Yeah, but it's also like, normally the code mistakes that I make are like very simple, because I don't tend to make like multi-nested conditional dependency weird shit where one list gets like passed amongst various mini scripts and stuff. The lowest level you do? Okay. I mean, my lowest level is, oh, it doesn't continue from here. Why doesn't it do that? Oh, right. Okay. Moving on. It's also a bad solution. What is? To like go that deep? Or what do you mean? Bit unsure on what you mean on that one. But anyways, yeah, thanks for the hang, dude. It's kind of like, this is kind of what my daily schedule is going to be on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays. So you have more than one opportunity to come by. Oh, okay. The way they wrote it, very intermingled. I think it's I think it's a case of wise is old, relatively speaking. It's like comparing, like it's like a typical problem with programs that have just or frameworks that have existed for a very long time. Another good example from something I experienced is the modeling program Maya, right? Like Maya is so bad that new updates break things that can be fixed by importing files from a previous version. That's like when you get to that level of age and you know, running feature updates or whatever you want to call it, that you're actively breaking something because you accidentally remove something that was just present in an older version and is required for something to work and doesn't interact with anything else. Then like, what? How does that even happen? And yes, that is something I literally encountered during my studies. I updated my Maya, or installed Maya. No, yeah, I updated Maya to a newer version, which actively broke a script I cannot remember what did. And the solution was literally to install an older version and then transfer that script across where there were some lines that had been deleted for some reason. And the weird thing is, oh yeah, I remember now. I think it was an import script for a specific model type or something, like file type. And because that was broken, the files that we were working with, like you just couldn't import it. It was either import or export, one of the two. And yeah, they just like removed part of that self-contained script for some reason. Not exactly sure how that even happens, but anyways, that's it for today. I'll be on again tomorrow from the same time frame, sort of, until the same time frame, sort of. Should actually have ended like an hour ago, but that Y situation was kind of keeping me up. So I'm just gonna end it quietly today, and I'll see you on the next time. I hope you have a good rest of your day, Loki, and we get another chance to talk again. Anyways, have a good one, and later, mate. Bye bye.